Welcome, welcome, welcome. We'll just wait a minute or so until just to make sure everybody can join and make sure everybody's got through on the technology, and we will begin. It's really exciting. We can already see there's just under 200 people already joined us, and we're expecting over 500 people today, which is really exciting. So we seem to be in really good company, with the exception of myself. So that's really positive. And I hope everybody, as a panel, we were just talking about making sure everybody's got a cup of tea and a cup of coffee and bits for today. Unfortunately, we couldn't provide them despite reaching out to Starbucks. They were not interested in delivering 500 coffees. So
quick question, Adam. Do you have a hashtag or?
Yep, so we're going with #AthleteZ.
Okay.
Good question and reminder, Mel Lang. Thank you.
Great stuff. I shall tweet. Cheers.
Excellent. So we're 4 minutes in, so I think we will get started. Thank you and welcome to the AthleteZ Symposium. Where will we draw the line in sport? I think this is really important, and we're really pleased that we've got so many people joining us here today to talk about what I can only describe as, I think, the most important issue in sport today. This has come from a number of telephone calls off the back of the Athlete A documentary that was shown on Netflix a number of months ago. And really, I think this documentary has really hit the nerve of people in sport, and people have started to ask questions and really reflect upon some of the issues that we might be facing in the current sporting world. And following those conversations that I had on the telephone, myself and some colleagues, Dr. Simon Phelan and colleagues, come up with the idea of running what we thought was going to be a really small kind of get together to talk about some of these really important topics. Since then, of course, it has grown, and we're really pleased that so many people are engaging with this topic and debate at the moment, and we think that's really important. But this is not a new problem, and nobody is really surprised, and that's a worry. In my eyes, it's not good enough that most people in sport have good intentions, and actually all people in sport should have really good impact in terms of their delivery, and intentions is not good enough. So the worrying thing for me is by this discourse, or this idea that most people are good and they're trying their best, but there's still all sorts of issues that we need to address, whether that's safeguarding, injuries, how we look after our coaches, and so on. But how do we really know that things are going well in sport? And I think we need to really be clear that just because we don't hear about it, it doesn't necessarily mean that most or the majority of participants are having good experiences. And we need to be better as sport, as a country, as everybody, all of us need to be better at really knowing and being sure that our participants are having a really good and positive experience in sport. And this really, and I'm really pleased that we've got Baroness Tanni Grey-Thompson here today, because she raised lots of these issues back in 2017 in the Duty of Care report, which was delivered to government. But I don't think many people would argue that the progress we've seen from that hasn't been good enough, and not enough has happened to really foreground this issue to ensure that our athletes are kept safe and have the best experiences they can. So really this symposium was brought together with this intention to keep this agenda at the top of the sporting mind, and making sure that we keep people focusing on athlete well-being. But it's really to move sport forward. And throughout the presentations that were here today, lots of people will talk about ways that we can build and make sport better. So to do that, we've got a really great lineup of speakers and experts to talk to you today on a range of topics. I'm particularly excited to listen to most of these people speak. So I hope you will join me in doing that. But we also recognise that we've taken a specific angle of what we're looking at today. And therefore, we have organised some future events that we will talk to you a little bit about towards the end of today's online symposium. And the first one will be in January, where we will take a look more at inclusion and equality and diversity in sport. So just before I pass on, because fortunately you won't hear much from me today, I just want to say some thank yous up front. First of all, to Dr. Simon Phelan, Rosie Collins, Bonita Lunn, Connor Humphreys, Dr. Stuart Wiggum, and Stan Windsor, who are colleagues at Oxford Brookes that have been wonderful in supporting the organisation of this symposium and online. I'd like to thank UK Coaching, our partners, and particularly Heather Douglas, who we'll be hearing from later on in today. This event has been endorsed by SimSpa, and as you'll know, as you can see, that there are 2 SimSpa CPD points accredited, so thank you to them. Thank you to all the speakers that have happily agreed to give their time to talk to us today and allowed us to keep this event for free. And then thank you for all of you as participants. I think this is the most important issue in sport today, and it's really great that you're here to share some time with us to talk about it. So thank you in advance. And I will now pass over to Dr. Simon Phelan.
Thank you very much, Adam. So I give the great pleasure of introducing our first speaker today. And it's not very often at events such as this that you get to genuinely say that someone needs no introduction. But I will, of course, briefly remind us of how lucky we are to have Tanni Grey-Thompson, or Baroness Tanni Grey-Thompson, here today opening our symposium with a talk on the duty of care in sport. In her roles as an athlete, politician and ambassador, Tanni has had impact across many domains within sport and society. As an athlete, her Paralympic medal tally was 11 golds, 4 silvers and 1 bronze, as well as a host of World Championship medals. Throughout her career, she broke 30 world records. And to this end, the Laureate World Sports Academy have referred to her as one of the most gifted and courageous sportswomen of her generation. Off the field, she's had significant impact within the sporting community as a central figure in the battle for equality, fairness and respect in and through sport. She's a member of the House of Parliament as a crossbencher and is vice chair of the Old Party Parliamentary Group for Sport. Perhaps most recently, and as Adam said, hopefully at the forefront of our minds, in 2017, Tanni produced the independent report into the duty of care sport has towards its participants, and it's upon some of the central messages of this review that we wish to build and kind of challenge sport moving forward. She has a great many honorary doctorates, including one here from Oxford Brookes, as well as an honorary degree from the lesser-known university of the same city. And perhaps a less notable highlight was that in 2004, Tanni attended the Channel Islands Sports Awards in Jersey, where she sat next to a very young Simon Phelan, and after a brief conversation realised that her former grumpy old boss was my current grumpy old coach. And with that, it gives me great pleasure to hand over to Tanni to begin our research symposium.
Thank you, Simon. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the warm welcome, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm delighted to be here. And thank you to Adam for continuing this discussion around duty of care. So I came across so many really interesting people before and during the piece of work, and indeed since. And there is a lot of very genuine people out there who want to improve the system. And yes, we do have to remember that. But I think we also have to note and recognise just there are still some challenges in the system. And it's certainly part of my ongoing role to keep raising those challenges to see what we can do better. I'm very keen. So during the piece of work that I did, we do talk a lot about the athletes, but I was very keen and pushed back with the government when they asked me to look at participants, that it was about coaches, administrators, everybody who is in the system, because the system helps create the issues that we have. And I think it's really important to talk about where we draw the line. Absolutely. Anyone who watched Athlete A, and I watched a lot of the court case as it was happening, and I took several attempts to be able to watch Athlete A, would be shocked and horrified and just appalled by the stuff that happened. But we need to have a discussion about where that line is, because there is a line. It's between enabling good performance and abuse. I still have a lot of people who get in touch with me, very, very regularly, because they feel they have nowhere to go. And this is in no way being flippant, but I had a call from an athlete quite recently who said, oh, my coach is bullying me. Okay, right, and we went through, so actually the coach asking you to fill out a training diary is not bullying. So, so we have to have a really open discussion about where this line is. And for me, I was incredibly lucky. I had some amazing people who helped me through the process, who are still there in my life and help me with the work I'm doing. And what I would say to anyone who does a piece of work like this again, which was very public, is ensure that you have personal support around you. There were a number of personal costs to me to doing this work, and there were a very small number of people who really did not want me to do this piece of work at all. And the reason I accepted it, because I knew it was going to be a challenge, was that what my experience and what I've seen as an athlete, and now that I work in sport in a sort of wider context. So this piece of work came out of the sports strategy, which was the first sports strategy that had been done in 13 years. And the then sports minister, Tracy Crouch, said, look, can you look at duty of care? And it was a huge piece of work. It was a couple of years in the process. Again, not being flippant, I probably could have written it in a couple of days, but it was really important to actually give everyone the opportunity to come and say the good, the challenging, the things in the system. We had a series of surveys, focus groups, a huge number of one-to-one interviews, and then writing up. And I would, like to say thank you to Heather Sinclair from DCMS, who is integral to this work, who sifted through, thousands of pages of notes and work to make this happen. And the reason I wrote the report in the way that I did, which was basically to say, every governing body could look at it, or every organisation could look at it, each recommendation, and say, have you done it? Yes or no? Not some very complicated sort of reasoning behind it. And there were a lot of recommendations. I picked out the ones which I felt were most urgent and important at the time, and they still are. I mean, it's true that hasn't changed. And again, on a personal level, I was an athlete who competed with and without lottery funding and support from a governing body before inclusion was a thing. So I think I was lucky and able to bring in people who'd competed, very recently, but also people who'd seen different types of the system. There's no doubt that the financial support and a different way of working has brought many good things, but the desire to win medals, which was always there, has produced a system which I don't currently believe it's balanced. There's a lot of talk that the system's better than it used to be, and in some ways it is. But if I hear one more non-disabled person tell me that 2012 changed the world for disabled people because of the Paralympics, I'm going to scream. It'd be a bit like a man saying to me 2012 changed the world for women. It didn't. And sport is incredible at the highest level. There are amazing moments in time, but we can't continue to hide behind the glamour side that is elite sport without investigating and be really honest about the process that it takes everybody, coaches, administrators, athletes, to get there. And I generally don't think it's too hard to bring more balance to the system. The system's not broken. There are some really clunky bits and some really uncomfortable bits, and it's a bit frayed around the edges. But I believe that more support is needed, and not financial support, but for coaches, administrators, athletes, parents, to think about how we can create a system and a culture that's different. And I absolutely do not believe that applying duty of care will damage our medal chances. So the first part of the debate is how many medals? How many medals are enough? How many people in this room know how many Olympic and Paralympic medals that we won in the last few cycles of the Games? Everyone remembers Atlanta, the Olympics, single gold medal, Redgrave and Pinsent. Less people remember that the Paralympics team won 39 gold medals and came fourth on the medal table. Atlanta seems to be that moment in time. And it was an unbelievable moment in time. But I think most of the public remember moments of sport. They might remember sort of where we came on the medal table, but they don't necessarily remember the medals. So I think we have to have a very open discussion about how many medals do we need to be top of the medal table? What will being top of the medal table bring us? It's an amazing aspiration, but what is the cost? There is a cost for every single medalist, financial, personal, but is it a cost we're prepared to pay? And if it's a cost we're prepared to pay, I think we need to be more open about what that cost is. And the reason that I was so adamant that it had to be more than athletes was that coaches are under some of the same set of physical, emotional and psychological pressures and they need to be afforded the same level of support. And there has been quite spiky debate around that. You know, elite sport is not warm and cuddly. You can't meander around doing whatever training you fancy doing and turn up at the start line and hope that we're going to be okay. But also surviving through a culture of even low-level fear is not actually, I believe, going to produce a sustainable level of growth in sport. It may deliver medals for a period of time, but it's not going to deliver that pyramid that we know that's going to exist. So you need athletes who don't make the teams to stay involved in sport. And this is quite direct, to be the cannon fodder for the next group of athletes that come through. And, you know, I know through my own career, some of the toughest moments that I had in sport helped create the person I am now. And there's a lot of people who may not like that. But challenging the system and having a conversation is very different to being scared to raise any of those things. So we have to address that culture of fear. If you work in sport, you know it exists. You absolutely know it exists. Whether it's through, you know, not having an athletes committee, not having the power to raise a concern, not being able to have an open conversation with your coach, not knowing who the welfare officer is, or the contracts, or, you know, some of them are called codes of conduct. The ability to check and challenge has been suppressed. And every time there's public awareness of a breach of duty of care, I'll be honest, I'm becoming more and more frustrated when people in the system claim they're shocked. I feel that that it might be the right thing to say at the time, but it's putting a plaster on the issues. You may be shocked by the sport or a part of the sport, but actually we have to own up that a culture of fear does exist within sport. This is not about any individual sport or individual, but it's about the system and the pattern of behaviour that's created, and not always deliberately. And from the outside, you know, I've sort of started exploring this. Elite sport looks very privileged. You know, you ask anyone who's a sports fan, what would you give to compete for your country? You know, yeah, lots of people would go, you know, I would do anything. But it comes to where, you know, that line in the sand is for people. And this is quite personal, but, you know, again, I spoke to 200 plus athletes and individuals and continue to speak to many because they feel I'm the only place that they can have that sort of open conversation. But I do believe that it used to be easier to have some of those difficult conversations before funding became a thing that you could hold over an athlete's head. And I should probably say, when I say athlete, I mean from any sport, not obviously just my old sport. I don't think it's just me and a bunch of older ex-athletes looking back to the halcyon days of our youth. But now, you know, what I hear from a lot of people is that you toe the line or something will happen to your funding. And whether that's directly or indirectly said, they know that that is a thing. And so when I was doing the piece of work, I had a 14-year-old say to me, when my sport asks for loyalty, they mean compliance. That is a 14-year-old, you know, a very articulate 14-year-old. But I've also spoken to younger athletes who are just on the talent pathway, who told me very clearly they knew from the moment that they were in the sport on the talent pathway that they just could not rock the boat, that they had to keep their heads down. And also, you know, I think a big impact on me was that the number of people that I spoke to in the system not only wished to remain anonymous, they didn't want to be seen to be meeting me. And I actually had a number of people request that they not have their name in my diary because they were worried about how that would be perceived. And that, I'll be honest, was compounded by a couple of organisations contacting me and asking me for the name, not just of every individual from their organisation that I'd spoken to, but details of what they'd said to me, which I very politely declined. So that's why I chose not to write a long narrative to the report, because it would be a moment in time, and it comes back to the yes or no. Have you done it? Yes or no? And I think originally what the government thought that I might be able to produce was, this sport's brilliant, this sport's at the bottom, everyone else is in between, and if you do what this sport's doing, it will be good. But the reality is there's some sports doing some amazing work in some areas and not in others. Some sports where they thought they were great and they weren't, some thought they weren't good and they were doing some really good stuff. So, and even with a change in time, it ends up being quite different, because if there's an individual case, it could depend whether they've had experience of dealing with that before. And, you know, there's some really good sports out there that handle some cases quite badly. So it's not possible just to kind of to grade everybody. What was amazing, people were really open and honest about what they thought needed to change. There was very little, there was a little bit of defensive behaviour, but very, very little defensive behaviour. But that's also why I chose, and I was criticised for this, to not define duty of care. And there's a legal definition, but also I didn't want to define something that could be used against me to say, well, we don't agree with your definition, so we're not going to do it. And I did that because actually someone rang me and said, you do realise that this organisation is getting their lawyers to start looking at definitions of duty of care to disagree with you. So I just went, I'm not defining it. I mean, actually, it probably would have taken me as long again to define it in a sports context. But do you know what? If you can't understand the basics of duty of care in sport without needing a legal definition, you probably shouldn't be working in sport. You know, there was reasonable pushback. I was told, oh, there's nothing to see, there's no issues, there's a few minor quibbles. And it became very easy for, you know, and still is, for any person who spoke out to, you know, say they're upset or they're bitter or they didn't get selected. Actually, what they were was out of contract. And I think that is really, really important to note, that that the only point a number of people feel they can speak is when they're out of contract. And that's one of the reasons I you know, recommended exit interviews, was to feed back in. And, you know, a number of athletes and coach people shared selection policies with me and their contracts. There were a number which I still believe are quite punitive. They're written very one-sided, and I think that still needs a lot of work. And then really sadly, it was only as a number of situations became public, the review into cycling and then the historical cases of child abuse in sport, did the door start to open. And there was more recognition of saying, okay, this is something that we need to look at. But what's happened since? Well, there are some governing bodies who have taken every single one of my recommendations and have an action plan against it. There's some who've done bits and pieces and some who are trying really hard. One of the things that I've sort of has come back to me has said, well, you know, you want to make sport lovely and cuddly. Don't get me wrong, I have no issue with every ounce of talent being sucked out of every athlete, coach, whoever, in terms of, you know, getting to where we need to be. But it's the support that's put around those people, and it's the support that's put around them as they transition back into the real world, because sport is not the real world. Elite sport is not the real world. I also spoke to a number of people from dance, performance, the prison system. I mean, elite sport is not like a prison, but there are some similarities in terms of the institutionalization. You know, it's a huge part of your life, and how you step outside that once you retire is really difficult. You know, and I spoke to a lot of athletes who, regardless of how much money they've earned or medals, really struggle to define themselves. And this is the case for some coaches as well, really struggle to define themselves if they're not linked to sport, if they're not wearing their sports kit or they're seen in another context. And this was brought home to me a couple of months ago when I was out in the supermarket. A member of the public stopped me and said, oh, you must be really disappointed, you know, that Tokyo's been cancelled. I was like, yeah, I've never been to Japan, never fitted in my race schedule. And there's, you know, anyway, the conversation went on about, you know, how's your training going? Like, I work for the media now, I'm not really, and I realised they thought I was still competing, which was really flattering. But actually, people, you know, we do it in this country, we put people in boxes, and we really struggle to think about people as a Venn diagram. And as a young athlete, as we put younger and younger athletes into a system where they're defined by their performance, then it becomes harder. So many athletes said to me that when they're with their sport, they are first introduced by the colour of their medal, not by their name. This is one of our gold medalists. And by the way, they're called. And you go, yeah, that's important, but is that doesn't bring about balance. So in the way that not everyone in elite sport is vulnerable, there is a vulnerability about everybody who is in elite sport. So do I think you should say to a 12-year-old who is just starting on talent pathway, this will be the most miserable experience of your life. You will not get selected. You won't get an education. You won't earn any money. You're probably injured, but good luck. No. But sport sells young people and their families the gold medal. And you need a bit of that. You absolutely do. But there also has to be some reality along the way, which I don't think we are doing enough of that. I would love a system that rewards keeping those who drop off talent pathway in sport, or stay in sport or go to another sport. It's too much open to playing with numbers. But what we have to move away from is this pendulum. When there's another case in the media, and there will be more, potentially not pre-Tokyo, but post-Tokyo, there will be. There's a massive appetite for changing an ombudsman and let's do something differently. And then it all drifts away again. And I don't think that's good enough. I do have to say thank you to UK Coaching, because they've really embraced this and thinking about the role that coach, because this is about protecting coaches as well. So, there's loads of stuff which is happening. And it's difficult because I don't know all the good stuff. People do email me and tell me the good stuff, but and I'm sure there's more than I potentially know about. But unless we all step up and we all keep going, then nothing is going to change for the better. So my main recommendation, sports ombudsman, we must have an ombudsman. That's disappearing away again. I don't think it's fair. And I think sport has proved that it can't police itself, but I don't think it's fair for governing bodies to have to deal with some of the cases that they're dealing with in terms of expertise. Somebody said to me recently, you're trying to create a role for yourself to be ombudsman. Absolutely not. My job is, when the ombudsman is created, I'll be there to kind of, point out what they're not doing. But this is not a new call. Colin Moynihan and Kate Hoey 20 years ago called for an ombudsman, and nothing has changed in terms of me believing that there is a need for that. What it looks like and how it's funded is up for huge debate. And I think there has to be a high bar. It can't be an athlete saying my coach is making me fill out a training diary. That is not the bar to enter in it. But I think some of these cases are a huge distraction for the governing bodies in terms of what they're trying to do. I still believe there's a need for the independence in the measurements in terms of a genuine independent measurement of how sports are doing. In previous roles that I've had in sport and forms that I've had to fill in, I could tick a box saying the sport is doing that. I was never asked, was it doing it well? And that is what we have to be open and honest about. The reason I called for a named duty of care board member or a guardian was because performance sport needs oversight. Yes, it needs the magic fairy dust, but if it doesn't have oversight, if it's only accountable to UK Sport or Sport England for different bits of its funding, and that is about securing funding for the next 4-year cycle, I don't think that is enough. And when you operate in a really closed environment, you do need that check and challenge. You do need somebody to say, hang on a minute, are you doing the things that are right? Some sports, my fourth recommendation, induction process, some have really grasped this, but it needs to include things like financial planning. The number of athletes who lose all their money, if they're even lucky enough to earn any money, is too many. I spoke to an athlete recently in their 30s. They didn't know what national insurance was. Seriously, this is your pension, and you can't expect sort of family, whoever, to do that. Is it the role and responsibility of every governing body to do everything? No, it's not. And athletes have to take much more personal responsibility. But I do worry we're producing a group of athletes who are not able to make a decision because all the decisions are being taken by other people. I think the exit survey, athletes said to me they'd filled in some really vitriolic responses in either their 4-year cycle survey or their exit interviews that they had, and nothing was done about it. Again, it's not just about filling in the survey, it's learning from that process. And then the other two was duty of care charter. British Athletes Commission needs better funding. Yeah, absolutely. They still need more. So we've moved on. There are some things that are better than they used to be. Have we come far enough? No, we haven't. And I think unless we have some realism in this, I think there's going to be challenges down the line, not in the next cycle, not in the Tokyo cycle, but you look to Paris and LA, I think there will be massive challenges in the system. The one thing I haven't mentioned yet, and I'm going to just bring up now, which is what I'm currently working on, although I'm still doing everything else as well, is positions of trust legislation. Sport absolutely needs positions of trust legislation. And if it's inappropriate for a teacher to have a relationship with a 16 to 18-year-old, it is absolutely inappropriate for a coach to have a sexual relationship with a 16 to 18-year-old. And that has to be managed. It brings in some challenges if it's coaches, say 19, and it's somebody who's just about to turn 18. But actually, when it's somebody in their 40s, and I dealt with a case a while ago where the coach turned up on the daughter's 16th birthday with a bunch of flowers and said, said to the parents, I would like to ask your daughter out. No, 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 no. And I could wax lyrical about this for a lot longer. But for me, that is some of the stuff that we need to be looking at, because that also sets the wrong tone. Anyway, I've had my 20 odd minutes to talk and tell you about my views. I'm on the parliamentary system. My email address is greythompsont@parliament.uk. Really happy to have a continued conversation with anybody who wants to, and who's got any views on any of the stuff that I've done. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'd be really happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Tanni, and that was a lovely talk and really important information, and thank you ever so much for all the work you're doing, which I think is really important. We have had a couple of questions in, if you wouldn't mind.
Yep.
So the first one is, had the Just Varnish claim succeeded, do you think the landscape would have changed?
So I sat in UK sport for the first 8 years of lottery funding. And so, you know, I was part of the group of people who said at the time that athletes shouldn't be employees. And at the time, I think it was the right decision in terms of, but it was a completely different world in terms of lottery funding. And one of the reasons for that was that if it became an employee, then there was tax implications. And part of it was about giving as much money to the athletes and through the system as possible. Do I think, I think if athletes are considered employees, then it brings a different set of responsibilities, which is not a bad thing. But that's why I recommended having an honorary contract, because it's the closest thing to employee status without being an employee. Do I think around just like loads of people go, oh, bankrupt sport? And I don't think it would. I think it would just make people think within the whole system how they treat people and how they remove people from programs. You know, I had a group of youngish people back in 2016 who found out by Facebook they weren't going to make a team. This was this was an Olympic Paralympic team, but it was a slightly low level. It's like Facebook. And I had a performance director say to me, I don't like dropping people. Get some training. It's not nice. It really isn't nice. I've done it, but get some training. So I think there's a lot of fear mongering in terms of the Just Varnish case. For me, it's about treatment and behaviour. And I think you can do that without employee status, but it's something pretty close to that I think is needed.
Sure, and thank you. And then the next, the second question we've had through is, does Tanni agree that a culture of fear and silence function in parallel, and has she seen practices that exemplify both?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how so many people say they can't speak. So they've never been told they can't speak out, or not always told. I mean, I did have one athlete come to me and say that they'd filled in what was meant to be an anonymous survey, and somebody in the sport took them to one side and said, you do that again, you're dropped. So that was it. But it's just kind of known that you can't do that. And I think what you see in say British gymnastics, it takes one or two people to speak out, and then the gates open, and there'll be a whole, you know, varied level of responses to the independent inquiry. So yeah, I do think they sit alongside each other. And, you know, it's difficult because if you're trying to concentrate on your own career and do your thing and speak, you know, just compete and train, it's hard to be the one that raises your heads above the parapet. And it's easier once other people have done it. But also, it's a bit like, you know, talking to athletes about retirement. Some want to plan it, some don't. Some just want to keep the head down and do nothing but train. So I think unless we open you know, athletes to think about education and other things, and actually understanding what abuse is. You know, if you've grown up a system from the age of 7, 8, 9, 11, you know, it's a bit like being born with an impairment or acquiring impairment later in life. If you've just grown up with a level of discrimination where you experience discrimination every day, like I do, because I was wheelchair user and being rarely, you just accept it as the norm. My husband broke his back when he was 21. He's way more shocked by the stuff that happens to him. So, you know, it's about living in this slightly weird world of sport and not understanding, but it's hard for people to speak out. It really is. So that's why we need a different reporting mechanism, and to stop bad behaviour. This is not about firing people who behave badly in the system. Well, I mean, some people should be, absolutely, But actually, if no one's told somebody in the system that their behaviour is bad, then they may not have the awareness to realise it. And somebody needs to be like, you know, just obviously within the right HR environment, but this is not the way to speak or to behave to people.
Sure. And thank you. We have one more question, and it's from one of our panelists later, so I think we might have to ask it back to them at that point. But what does good look like? What do we want to see?
Good looks like being able to have an open and honest conversation about the challenges, you know, not having an athletes committee that somebody from the performance department sits on and polices, you know, not putting the responsibility on potentially medal winning athletes. I was an athletes rep for a while, and the reason I was athletes rep is they couldn't deselect me. That was good and bad, but I think it's having a system where you've got people who leave go on to have, as far as possible, balanced careers and other things in their life. I mean, it's really difficult. I'm doing a very waffly answer. It's really difficult to say good, but at the moment, I should not be dealing with the number of phone calls I'm doing on a weekly and monthly basis from people saying they're psychologically broken by their time in elite sport and physically broke. Yeah, you know, you get injuries, but people sort of ringing me saying, you know, they don't know what to do with their lives. They're not good at anything. They haven't got any skills. They haven't, you know, those things. There will always be cases like that, but not in the numbers that we are having, and not in the way that we currently still have them. So that's a really good question. What does good look like? You know, it's a really difficult one to answer, but I know we're not close to good enough yet. That's, yeah, spot the politician in me. I'll come back to you on that one.
No, and absolutely, I think it's a really good question, and I'll definitely be posing it back to our athlete panel later, because it'd be great to hear their views as well. Well, thank you very much, Tanni, and for giving such an important talk, for doing all of this work on duty of care. And you know, I certainly appreciate it, and I think I'd speak on behalf of most people on this occasion. So thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Melanie Lang. I'm really pleased to invite Melanie to come and talk to us today about raising the bar, advances and omissions in safeguarding and promoting athlete welfare. As a bit of an introduction to Mel, I first met Mel when she did my upgrade Viva a number of years ago. So I followed Mel's work really, really closely. But Melanie is Assistant Director of the Centre for Safeguarding and Child Protection in Sport at Edge Hill University and a Senior Lecturer in Child Protection in Sport. Her research and teaching focuses on safeguarding and child protection issues, athlete welfare, gender-based violence, and children's rights in sport. Melanie is an expert research member of the Pool of European Experts on Sexual Violence in Sport and a member of the NSPCC Sport England Child Protection in Sport Unit Research, Evidence and Advisory Group, and the UK Coaching, Safeguarding Talented and Elite Children Expert Group. Most importantly, I think, mainly because I wrote a chapter in her latest book, is Melanie is the editor of 3 books, and most notably recently, the Right Edge Handbook of Athlete Welfare. And I think she's just the most incredible person in this area. So over to you.
Oh,
Mel.
Thank you, Adam. That's lovely. I'm very moved. Thank you. Yeah, well, thanks very much. Really fascinating insight there from Baroness Tanni on negotiating this field. A lot of what you talked about there, about some of the challenges of working with sports organisations, I've certainly experienced myself in the 15 odd years I've been working in this area. Just to sort of contextualise a little bit what I'm going to talk about. So my background is, and it was longer ago than I care to remember now, but my background is as a former elite swimmer. That was back in the early 90s. I also worked as a swimming coach for many years, not at an elite level there. And I've been researching broadly around the area of athlete welfare, but particularly focusing earlier on safeguarding and child protection in sport for a little over 15 years now. My work's tended to have a focus on non-sexual forms of abuse, maltreatment, particularly physical abuse, emotional abuse, disordered eating, welfare interventions and evaluations, as well as gender-based violence. And I think more recently, I've moved more into sort of broader welfare in recognition that, you know, athletes don't just fall off a cliff at the age of 16. So that's kind of what I'm going to talk about today. If you just give me a second, I've got slides. Okay, hopefully we can all see that. Oh. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about where we're at in terms of athlete welfare, with a particular focus on the UK, because that's where a lot of my work is based. And also I'm going to touch later on what needs to be done and give some examples of, excuse me, of things that I think can be done at a very sort of practical level. So I'm sure we're all aware of the stories that have come out of British gymnastics in recent months, and really I don't want to focus on gymnastics because this just happens to be the most recent sport, as Baroness Tanni mentioned, in a growing line of sports organisations both in the UK and beyond that's hit the headlines for all these wrong reasons. You know, we've had athletes cataloguing incidents of everything from fat shaming and enforced restrictive dieting. There was one athlete who was reported to have been asked to send photos of herself in her underwear to a nutritionist to prove that she wasn't lying about her food intake. We've had stories of beatings, public humiliation, verbal abuse, harassment, being forced to train through injuries, and various other practices that I think are more akin to torture than even abuse. And the number of athletes that are coming forward, not just in gymnastics, is continuing to grow. We've got multiple clubs, multiple levels of sport as well, and multiple ages, so children as well as adult athletes. And I think it's really important that you know, again, Baroness Tanni did mention it. I think it's really important that, you know, this is alarmingly familiar. This is not new. These athletes are not the first to speak out about the sort of corrosive sports culture, where welfare is often taken a back seat, or at least a very least a secondary seat to the pursuit of excellence. And, you know, we have had in the past 3 years alone similar disclosures and independent reviews into Paralympic swimming, canoeing, cycling and athletics in the UK alone, and there have been similar reviews in other countries. So we know that participating in sport can be rewarding, has many benefits, so hopefully we're all aware and behind that idea. And of course that's something that's more important ever at the moment in the current global situation. But it's also true that sport, as a microcosm of society, it shouldn't really be a surprise that maltreatment in all its different forms also occurs in sport and occurs across all levels. I think it is really important to recognise how far we've come, though. So since the very earliest days in this area, sort of this is really when I was just finishing up my swimming career. And the earliest case was of Paul Hickson in the UK anyway, was of the then Olympics women's swimming coach Paul Hickson, who was convicted of sexually assaulting and raping female swimmers. And I met Paul Hickson on several occasions when I was on the youth squad, and he'd come to watch the senior squad. And since his conviction in the mid-90s, we've had a lot of really positive developments. We've got interventions to safeguard and protect athletes, and in particular to safeguard and protect child athletes. We've got different organisations that are involved now, from the Child Protection in Sport Unit, which has been doing work in this area since 2001. Much more recently, we've got organisations like NWG Network, the Ancraft Trust, Lime Culture, are all involved in supporting and developing safeguards for in sport. We've got safeguarding and child protection standards and frameworks, so sort of policy frameworks. We've got education courses, we've got DBS checks for most, although unfortunately not all who work in sport. We've got a network of designated welfare officers in sport now. And some sports even have helplines and anonymous reporting routes. So we have come a very long way in a relatively short space of time, from a bar in the sort of early 2000s where there really wasn't anything. However, we've still got a long way to go, as the recent stories have indicated. And I don't think we can rely any longer on this idea that this is a new issue for sport, because it isn't. These issues have been hitting the media for decades now. And albeit initially a lot of the attention was paid to sexual abuse, and particularly sexual abuse of child athletes. So we have seen a lot of developments, but it's also true to say that the developments that have been made have happened reactively, often only once negative experience has been made public by athletes. And until the last couple of years at least, these developments have been made in response to disclosures of sexual exploitation, and particularly again of sexual exploitation of child athletes. So a lot of analyses of sport policy and practice have been done, and including some of my own work here. They found that the prevention of sexual exploitation, particularly against children, remains the dominant narrative in sport policy and procedure to this day. Sport has been significantly slower to respond to other non-sexual forms of abuse and other welfare issues. So the sort of broader holistic approach is somewhat behind approaches to preventing and managing sexual exploitation in sport. In the last few years, non-sexual welfare concerns have begun to garner national attention. We've had this fat shaming, the verbal abuse, discriminatory language, fear, intimidation, suppressing of athlete dissent. I could go on, but I won't. And as Baroness Tanni Grey-Thompson mentioned there, these were the things that came up in her own review into sport and duty of care back in 2017. And these are things that have been known within sport and people who research sport like myself for, again, much predating 2017. So I think we are living in a time of flux. It's certainly a time when there's a much broader range of welfare issues that are being discussed than ever before. And these issues are being discussed much more widely than ever before. So not only within sport. It is perhaps, I think, still too early to say whether that will trigger any kind of long-term change. I think historically in the UK at least, the history suggests that there has to be sort of several cycles of this maltreatment being reported and becoming a high-profile public issue before there's any real lasting transformation. We have had high-profile cases of sexual exploitation hit the media in the UK in the 80s and the 90s, and it's taken, well, we've come a long way, but there's still a way to go in that area. So we can only hope that this time things will be different, and what's happening now, particularly on the back of the British Gymnastics Review, will lead to longer term changes for other welfare issues as well. But I and others have argued that the discourse and the practice needs to shift to this broader reconceptualisation of maltreatment and welfare that considers the whole athlete, considers their physical, mental, emotional, psychological, educational, and also spiritual and social, which are often left off the list. And I think more attention needs to be paid to the role played by sports cultures in both promoting and also curtailing athlete well-being. And I think this is really important because no form of maltreatment is standalone. So sexual exploitation, for example, it cannot and does not occur without also emotional and physical maltreatment occurring, and also without essentially a toxic sport culture structure. So maltreatment tends to occur in cultures that are deeply hierarchical, where one particular group has fewer access to fewer resources than other stakeholders, as we can see in sport. So I think the focus has become too narrow on certain forms of maltreatment, and we need to capitalise on current developments to try and broaden the debate. I think it's also really important to point out that at the moment, and this again has happened in other high profile cases in the past, athletes are speaking out either to the media or to athletes members associations like the British Athletes Commission, because the internal mechanisms that were supposed to be in place to support them have failed them. So I think it's no coincidence also that a lot of the allegations that have come out from British gymnastics and in previous reviews are from former athletes. So those who've already left the sport, because there's a lack of confidence about raising concerns while they're still involved. And I think those situations are kind of evidence really that while we've come a long way, some of the systems that are currently in place aren't working effectively. So abusive coaching practices and behaviours, they're often structurally and culturally embedded within sport. And these practices have become the dominant model for success. So these behaviours aren't just rationalised as functional for sport. They're seen as necessary. So they're seen as these are things you're going to have to go through in order to achieve. And just if we can look at these figures alone, we can see just how common this is, particularly again for the non-sexual forms of abuse. So this is it was not a prevalent study. I'm not going to get too technical. This study did not function as a prevalent study, but these are the only statistics we have from the UK at present, and it found that 75% of young people who were asked as young adults, as university students, to reflect back on their experiences as children in sport. 75% of them reported experiencing emotional harm, 24% physical harm, 3% sexual harm, 29% sexual harassment. Now, the fact that we don't have actual prevalence figures, and the fact that this is now almost a study that's 10 years old, and the fact that we don't have figures for adults' experiences of these forms of harm in sport, I think tells you something about how far we've got to go. And I think what's really telling about these statistics is that maltreatment, certainly these forms of maltreatment, and especially the non-sexual forms of maltreatment, are essentially so common, they're so widespread in sport, that it's actually part and parcel of being an athlete. Maltreatment of these kinds isn't the exception, it's the rule, essentially. And that clearly needs to change. So what can we do? Well, I think certainly, cultural change is at the heart of all of this. We need to start with a situation where sports organisations and stakeholders recognise that the structure and the culture of their sport is responsible for failings in athlete welfare. So we're not just looking at these pathological explanations about bad apples who've come into sport and have crossed some kind of metaphorical line. It's the actual culture of the sport that's contributing or tolerating these behaviours. And I think we're now at a point where sports organisations have a lot of procedures in place. We've got policies, got strategies, got criminal history checks, got reporting routes. But I think we now need to move beyond that. And sports organisations need to start examining their own cultural conditions and where these are found wanting, addressing the issues. And if they're going to do that effectively, I think one of the biggest starting points is because power difference, essentially between athletes and coaches usually here, are one of the key reasons why maltreatment occurs, then it sort of stands to reason that empowerment strategies for athletes are required to ensure that athletes have the confidence, skills and opportunities to challenge and to report concerns. So I think we've got to start by educating athletes about self-protection, about their rights and about empowerment. I think we need to include athletes much more than we currently do across all levels of sport in decision making. That's in policy making, in intervention development and training, in the design of training and content of training, and also equally in research. So much more of a sort of bottom up approach that appreciates athletic insight and experiences and encourages the athlete voice. I think sports organisations also need to work much more on developing effective approaches to hearing and to integrating that athlete voice, and draw on the expertise of and collaborate with experts and advocates in this area, both from inside and from outside sport. One example would be athlete survivors of maltreatment. Another might be experts from safeguarding and welfare voluntary sector groups, and also researchers and academics working in this field. So as a minimum, we should be seeing much more integration of sports people with lived experience of maltreatment being involved. I think enhanced education is also key. It's recognised as a relatively cheap and easy way of getting effective messages across. But training isn't only about identifying or teaching people to identify maltreatment or about changing the behaviours of people who abuse. I think it's also about changing, or it can be about changing the sports culture. So to that end, we've got to educate all sports stakeholders, again, across all levels of sport. This is not just an issue for elite athletes, across a wider range of welfare issues. And yes, it's about raising awareness of what maltreatment and what welfare issues can occur in sport, but it's also to help them understand why it happens, how sports culture and hierarchical, unequal power relations can contribute to maltreatment, and what we can do about that. And obviously, about duty of care, what that means, and how we can enact it. So it isn't just about the procedures that we need to be teaching people about. I think we also need to do much more to encourage disclosures. I recognise that governing bodies are often very concerned about this, but I think the more disclosures we've got, I always say that when a sports governing body says, well, we don't have any cases, don't have any issues with this, that isn't a good sign. That's a bad sign, because that means people aren't coming forward, because it's simply statistically, it's an impossibility that they wouldn't be having any kind of issue. So we need to be teaching athletes and athletes' parents that it's okay to challenge authority figures in sport, and equally that it's not okay to sacrifice one's entire well-being for success or just to make somebody happy. And we need to be teaching them that if they have got a concern, how they can report it, and sort of demystifying the whole reporting procedure. And to be doing that, we also need to be including stronger personal and organisational support for those who do come forward. Just as a quick aside for anyone who is involved in policy making and government out there, I think we do need central ombudsman, as Baroness Tanni said, for reporting and investigating. I think sport has proved that it can't manage this itself now. Absolutely would back that. I think there's also room for mandatory reporting in sport to be included for staff and volunteers. And yeah, I already talked about mandatory reporting. So I think clubs and well, all levels of sport organisation needs to subject their own policies and procedures to robust and ideally independent checks. They need to make sure things are being implemented rather than just ticking a box. They need to be monitoring the interventions that they have in place, and they need to be regularly reviewing them. And that's actually really quite rare. There are very few sports organisations that do that at in a robust way with independent expertise brought in to do it. So I think it'd be really useful for sports leaders to develop kind of communities of practice with others. I realise there are some of these things going on kind of informally, but I think there's much more room for more formal communities of practice where people can share ideas and share best practice, but it means opening up and being more transparent and more open. And I think governing bodies have traditionally had a bit of a closed shop ethos, and I think we need to change that. So I could go on and on and on with more. I've tried to focus on things that could be done across all levels of sport right now, essentially, as opposed to focus on things that need to be done by external organisations like your UK Sport and your Sport England and your governments, and just to keep it practical. There is still a lot more that needs to be done. We have come a long way in a relatively short space of time, though, and I think as an indication of what we can do if we're all motivated to in sport. I think we just need to remember that, say, a decade ago, the range of issues that was recognised as detrimental to athletes' welfare and that was talked about was significantly narrower than it is now. I don't think the Routledge Handbook of Athlete Welfare that I've just recently published had 34 chapters in it on a vast range of different welfare issues, and I don't think we'd have been able to do that 10 years ago, certainly not 15 years ago. So I think all we can do is hope that with the will, in the next decade and beyond that, the understanding of everyone who's involved in sport will have expanded a lot further, particularly if we pay more attention to human and to child rights in sport, and that we'll learn the lessons from the recent high-profile disclosures. And I just want to finish up on this slide. This is 3 of the world's most accomplished athletes. This is 2016 at the Olympics, with 3 of the women gymnastic floor event athletes. And if you haven't realised this, and I didn't realise it initially until this is not my idea, somebody pointed it out to me, every one of those women is a survivor of abuse and maltreatment. And I find that quite shocking. And that despite behind those smiling faces, it's actually one of the saddest images that I've ever seen when you think about it. So I think we have got in our power to do things, change things for the better. But as Adam and his colleagues have rightly posed in the title of this conference, the question is, where will we draw the line? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mel, and once again an amazing talk, and we're really pleased that we've got such a good group of speakers today. In terms of Q&A, we will be doing some Q&A at the end of the session. So please, if you've got questions, put them in the Q&A box. Some of the speakers, and thank you, Tanni, for being amazing and responding to lots of those questions that have come through. But we will definitely answer as many questions as we can, but also put some to the panel later. So thank you, Mel. Next up, we have Dr. Karen Hind, and I think this is really well timed today, as there's been some research released this morning that talks about the health benefits of rugby, particularly, and this is one of the topics that I'm extremely passionate about, and lots of my research work has focused on as well. So up next we have Dr. Karen Hind, Life After Rugby, the Physical Toll of Injuries. Dr. Karen Hind leads the UK Rugby Health Project, which is the first independent study into health of retired rugby code athletes, and which is also examining subconcussion and concussion risks in current professional players. She is also the founding co-director of the Global Rugby Health Research Network, which includes researchers across 9 different countries. Karen, over to you.
Thanks a million, Adam. Hi, everyone. Thank you for Adam for inviting me here today to speak to you all at this really important meeting. It's about time we had a meeting like this, and it's my honour to speak here today. So I'm just going to share my screen with you now. Okay. So please forgive me. Here we go. Okay. Oh. Having some issues here with the Wi-Fi. Please bear with me. I'll try and get this back up.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Nearly there. Okay. Maybe the file was too big. Okay, it's very slow. Come on. Gosh. Adam, do you want to maybe move on to the next speaker, and I'll see if I can get this sorted?
Sure, Karen, we
Yeah.
will come back to Karen Hind once.
Thanks a million.
This is the wonderful world we live in. Let me just find my program. I think, Simon, you are up to introduce next.
Yes, fantastic. The next presenter that we have is Unveiling Care in Sports Coaching and What Does It Look Like, which is being given by Dr. Colum Cronin from Liverpool John Moores University. Dr. Colum Cronin is a senior lecturer in physical education and sports coaching at Liverpool John Moores. Here, Colum conducts his research, which predominantly explores how coaches can develop caring relationships with athletes. He's a co-author of the book Care in Sports Coaching, published by Routledge. Colum's other research interests include disability sports coaching and coach education. He's an associate editor of the academic journal of Sports Coaching Review, and was recently awarded the ISEP Young Scholar Award in 2019. He's worked with a number of sporting organisations such as the English Football Association and UK Coaching. And I'll hand over to Colum now.
Thanks for that, Simon. Yeah, I think I was definitely stretching that Young Scholar Award, certainly on the young front and definitely possibly on the scholar front as well. I'm just about to share my screen. So Simon, if you could let me know whether everybody can see that okay. That should be coming through now.
Perfect for me.
Okay. I'm assuming that if you can see it, everybody else can. But if not, I'm happy just to talk to you, Simon, so don't worry, okay? Basically, everybody, I'm probably going to do a slightly different presentation to Mel and to Tanni's, although there are similarities. So I might just flag them as we come to them. But the reason why I'm doing a slightly different presentation is because I've kind of fallen into looking at this care concept, really. Unlike Mel and Tanni, who've kind of been doing this brave work, really addressing abuse and really important work, my research didn't start off in that area at all. What I started off to do was to kind of understand coaching and to kind of understand what good coaching is. And in particular, I was a young coach trying to develop into kind of a better performance coach. And really, I kind of went about looking at that and looking at what does a sport coach do, what does a good sport coach do, how could sport coaching be done better. And with this in mind then, I basically went and spent some time interviewing international athletics and basketball coaches over this period of about 2 or 3 years to kind of find out what they did well, and what could I learn. And I very much played the fool. I asked them, you know, really obvious questions, you know, where do you coach? When do you coach? How do you coach? And I was expecting them to talk to me about periodization and tactics and X's and O's, but actually they started telling me stories about what was going on in their lives. And, you know, these 45-minute interviews turned into 2-hour sessions where, you know, they really kind of elaborated what was going on and what it meant to be them. And like I was expecting, you know, they came up with some concepts that are probably obvious. You know, they wanted to develop a corporal excellence, so not only body, but also a kind of a mind excellence there. They worked with people such as parents, managers, media, fellow staff, to even the opposition to develop corporal excellence. They educated athletes in an authentic way, so not just instruction, but trying to explain, trying to educate, trying to develop relationships. But what struck me in their stories, which is what I wasn't expecting, was care. And looking back now, I think, you know, the reason why I was struck by care was that I had pigeoned them as international successful coaches. And I think I had pigeoned that role as an aggressive, authoritarian, very instructional, high standards role. And it was probably the role I was playing up to in my own coaching at the time. But actually what happened was they started telling me stories of their relationships with athletes. In fact, they spent more time telling me stories about their relationships with athletes than they did the periodization and the X's and O's. So this was really crucial for them. And what I found is doing that is that actually a lot of what they were talking about was on the field of play. So it was on the track and it was on the court. But also they started talking to me about conversations they'd had in coffee shops and conversations that they've had in hotels, conversations on buses to games, and really doing off the field of play work as well. And I think what really struck me then was that these people, a large part of their role was caring for athletes, but actually doing it behind the scenes in a hidden way, maybe in a way that I hadn't seen from the outside and I hadn't valued and I hadn't really recognized. And all of a sudden they were beginning to unveil what was actually happening, what was the essence of coaching here. It was relationships, and a lot of that work was done behind the scenes. So I'm going to give you some examples of the stories they kind of told me in quotes. One coach told me, you know, I love this little nugget or moment of insight here, you know, where he says, one of the truisms of coaching is the athlete cannot see what the coach can. So the coach can see what the athlete can't from the outside and from their experience and from their expertise. So the coach has knowledge, but the coach cannot feel what the athlete can. And this was an athletics coach, and he was never going to run as fast as his athlete. So he doesn't know how that feels. And I think that's really important because it starts to recognize that athletes have knowledge that coaches don't have. Coaches have knowledge that athletes don't have, and athletes have knowledge that coaches don't have. And that was really insightful for me because he took it a step further, and he said often when coach-athlete relationships break down, it's because there's too much talk, too much language about the visual, i.e. what the coach sees, and not enough language about what the athlete was feeling. And that really struck with me. It made me go back to my own coaching and think, am I talking too much? Am I valuing the expertise, the knowledge that athletes have? How well am I listening? What is our language? Is it a visual language, or is it an emotional, feeling, affective language? So that was just one nugget that got me to think about what care might mean and how I could use it in my own coaching. Another one here from a coach talking about on the field of play this time. This is track, this is your trials. Athletes are at a training camp, they're trying to get into an international squad. And the coach talked about, I need to be careful, you know, I need to make sure they're not just doing the session to impress me. And really there's almost a compassionate kind of reflection in action happening here. The coach is reflecting in the session and thinking, are they getting fatigued? Is the session planned okay? Is it at the right level? Is it too hard? But equally, and this is maybe a nod to Tanni's point that, you know, coaching in elite sports is tough, but also, is this session too easy for them? You know, should it be harder? So this reflective, compassionate empathy, almost how are they feeling, trying to understand how they feel at that time, was something, again, that I hadn't necessarily used in my coaching. In my coaching, I was given lots of instructions, lots of praise, I was all action, and maybe I needed to step back and observe and empathize and put myself in their position and see how they feel. And finally, my little nugget here really is around, you know, something that I thought was, you know, couldn't be more the opposite of that aggressive authoritarian coach. It's an example of a coach bringing chocolate milk to the athletes at the end of a European championship. So they've worked all season, they've worked all week, they've either had real success and they're happy and laughing, or they're in tears and they're crying. And I couldn't think of anything more nurturing and more almost maternal than bringing athletes chocolate milk at the end. And again, that happens behind the scenes. It's not something we see often, but it's just an element of care, an element of nurture that I thought was really important. So I thought these insights were really, you know, striking for me. You know, they were the opposite of the aggressive, authoritarian, cold, detached, high performance coach that I was expecting to find. So I wanted to make some sense of this. And what I did was I recognized there was an element of care here. So I went to read some care theory. And in care theory, Nell Noddings is probably the most well-established. Her work has been used in social work, in education, in nursing as to what constitutes care and how could care be done well. And she emphasizes relationships between carers, let's say coaches, and the cared for, let's say athletes, but relationships that are based on engrossment, where the coach would provide sustained attention to the athlete, listening, observing, and empathizing. And straight away, I started seeing connection to what these athletes were doing, or what these coaches were doing. They were listening, they were trying to understand how athletes felt, and they were observing. But engrossment is not enough for care, according to Noddings. You actually have to act on this, observations, and this is really important for me because it's my wife's birthday next week. So not only do I have to listen and observe for what presents I need to get her, I actually have to act and go and get them as well. Otherwise, it's not considered caring. So for it to be considered caring, we actually have to act upon what we observe and what we listen. So we have to make sure we are serving their needs. And again, that reminds me of the chocolate milk. Just going and taking that extra time in a foreign country to go and source chocolate milk to have a nice nurturing scenario at the end of the line. It took a little bit of labor, a little bit of energy, a little bit of interest, but it made a big difference. Crucially, however, though, Noddings has a third concept, and this is really important, and it links to what Mel was saying about athletes' voice, and also what Tanni was saying about dialogue. Was really that the third point is that it is a relationship between two people. So we only know if it's caring if we actually involve the person and ask them, is this what you need? Is this helping you? How did this feel? So we have to have a relationship for it to be caring. Now, without that, Noddings argues that there's the potential for people to want to care, but to do so in a controlling way. The I know best, I know what you need. Well, actually, this person is a human. They've got rights, they've got voices. We need to respect their perspective too. So we have to involve them in authentic dialogue. And by authentic dialogue, Noddings does not mean dialogue where we just talk at people or we listen, but we listen not in a way that we're just waiting for our turn, but in a way where we're genuinely open to what they hear and acting on what they hear. And as I said, that's really important because otherwise care can potentially be controlling. So we've got to make sure we involve athletes in our care. Crucially though, athletes also have a responsibility to that relationship. If it's going to be a caring relationship, they might need to accept care. They might need to contribute. They might also need to invest labor. That might be time providing their opinions. That might be listening. That might be smiling or accepting advice or engaging with effort. So it is a two-way process here. They've got a responsibility too. So with Notting's concepts in mind, what I did was I went back and I put the case studies of the coaches together in this book, Care and Sports Coaching. And in that book, it really kind of gave me the space to kind of analyze how might care happen in coaching contexts. And in that book, I started to realize that actually up until then, my experiences as a coach of care had really been focused on the legal duty of care. Now, I got to be really clear at this point. I think legal duties of care is really important. Coaches need to take reasonable steps to prevent reasonable harm to people who are reasonably likely to be in their environment. And that's so important at the moment. Health and safety risk assessment in the current context is really important. It's important that we also have non-malevolence, so coaches are not harming. So this is really important. But what I also realized is that the 4 case study coaches, they were doing that as well. But most of the time, what they were describing to me was not their legal duty of care. It was more of an ethic of care. And it was more of a pedagogical ethic of care. And I'll come to the pedagogical aspect. And the reason why I argue it was more of an ethic of care is it was beyond risk assessments, beyond health and safety, beyond not harming. They were actually trying to do good, trying to support, trying to meet needs. They were engaging in or describing two-way relationships. They were describing authentic dialogue. And crucially for me, this dialogue is not just good care, it's actually good pedagogy and good coaching. And what I mean by that is if I jump back a second, I actually think this is a good way to learn. If we go back to Notting's concepts, the first one is engrossment, understanding our athletes' needs. Well, surely that's a precursor to developing them. Second one is helping them achieve their goals. Well, if that's not the essence of coaching, then, we're on the wrong track here. We've got to help athletes to achieve goals. They want to win medals too. It's not just the coaches, okay? And crucially, working alongside athletes to achieve those goals, reciprocity, well, that's going to lead to more impactful sessions if both people are buying in to a shared effort. So what I argue in this book is that, yes, we need to do legal duty of care, and Mel's work and Tanni's points, Athlete A shows that we need to do that much, much better. But also, actually, can we aspire in some scenarios to have an ethic of care as well as a duty of care? Can we aspire for caring relationships that are based on authentic dialogue, two-way relationships? And in fact, we might achieve both. So it's not one or the other. In an ideal world, we want to be both. So let's aspire for that. So since then, we've done some more research with colleagues. For example, we've looked at recreational netball. And again, we found little moments of care where people care in netball. For instance, meeting new members at the door so that they don't turn around and they're not nervous greeting them, asking them, how would you want to organize the social events, involving them in that care. We've also looked at some of the challenges of doing care, and I think something that Niels might touch on us later is how do we have those caring climates when we've also got external pressures to win, and we also have micro-politics happening within our climate. So how do we do caring climates while also maintaining our position and navigating power and things like that? So there are challenges to this ethic of care. It's certainly not an easy task or an easy form of labor. Crucially, I think a big gap is that having argued that we need athletes' views in care, actually, I don't think there's too much literature that shows that. So we need to really look at that, which is something we came from learning from women's footballers. And last point that we've really looked at here is if I'm asking people to at least do their legal duty of care and maybe move on to an ethic of care, that's a lot of labor, that's a lot of energy. It takes time to listen, to be engrossed, to empathize. It takes effort and energy. Well, who's going to look after the coaches, and are we going to look at their self-care and their burnout as well? So this isn't an easy task, and these are problems for us to explore. But having said that, I think across this research, I've kind of come to understand care's 3 kind of main areas. First, I now see care as a form of labor, which is often hidden and taking place behind the scenes. But if it's a form of labor, I think we need to really start to look at, are we recruiting coaches who are caring to do this labor? Are we training them? Are we rewarding caring coaches? Are we rewarding them for their care? My second thing that I've kind of observed from this research across is that care really is relational. It's two people involved. It's got to involve the athlete, otherwise it becomes controlling and paternalistic. But it might involve more than the athlete. To care in a football club, we might need support from the chair. We might need support from other staff. We might need support from the players. So do we want to aspire to what Mel talks about as a culture of care? Okay. And crucially, if it's relational, we also have to care for the coaches involved in these relationships, because if they break down through burnout, through fatigue, then the whole caring relationship also breaks down. So we need to look at self-care as well. My third insight, really, to kind of unveiling what it might be to care, is that care is contextual. In some environments, we just want the legal duty of care. For example, if I take my little daughter to a trampoline park, I want her to be safe, but I'm not looking for the trampoline park to develop an ethic of care with her. I'll do that as the parent in the trampoline park. But if my daughter's investing 15, 20 hours a week in, let's say, for example, dance, for instance, then I want my dance coach to get to know her, to be engrossed in her, to meet her needs, and to develop an authentic relationship between the two of them. So care might not look the same in every context. It's not universal. It might not even look the same in the same context at different times. How we care for the superstar athlete who breaks through and now has the world at their feet and is getting loads of attention is probably different to how we care to the athlete who's just been deselected. How we care for an athlete who's transitioning into an international squad might be different to how we care for an athlete who's transitioning out. So I think, you know, care is dynamic, and that makes it really difficult. We can't just get a list of examples or a one-size-fits-all approach to it. We need really to move towards what I'm terming an open learning system. And it's something similar to what Mel talked about in the community of practice, where we sit down and we reflect as institutions and as organizations, and we learn actually how have we cared here, and can we care better? And then that means, I think, the engrossment, motivational displacement, and reciprocity, I think they're useful concepts for us to learn how to be caring better in those scenarios within our context. And couple that with, as I said, training, delegating, and rewarding and developing more of a caring climate. So in sum then, I hope this presentation has maybe, you know, helped you to look behind the scenes of what care might look like in certain instances and shed light on some examples of what it might involve. But crucially, I hope to also introduce some care theory that kind of gets under the bonnet of what care might involve. It's a relationship, it's based on engrossment and attention, it's serving the needs of the other, which in sport often align. As I said, the coaches and the athletes, they both want to win, okay? But it's done with somebody and alongside somebody. I know we've got questions later, but if we've got any time now, I'm sure Simon will let me know. Maybe we could field one of questions. But if not, I hope you bring them up in the panel, because ultimately I think care is not only the right thing to do, and it's not only needed to do, but actually I'm arguing here that care is good pedagogy and good coaching. So there's two reasons why we should try to develop more of a caring climate. So that's me finished, and I hope I've given you food for thought. Simon, I'm happy to go back to you.
Thank you very much, Colum. I think what we're going to do is I've collated all the questions that have come in, and what I'll do is I'll deliver them onto the panel towards the end of the day, and I think we'll move on to catch up with the presentation we had just before you, if that's all right.
Yep.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Colum.
No problem.
Excellent. So next up, we have Dr. Karen Hind. If we have managed to overcome all of the technical debates of technology. So
hopefully, yeah, I think the Wi-Fi just had a bit of a moment. We've got storms up here. It's not doing too, we're not doing too good. Now this time I'll get the slides up. Here we go.
Yep, that works perfect for us.
Brilliantly. Okay, thanks a lot, Adam. So thanks for the invite today, everyone. It's a really important meeting, as I said earlier, and it's about time we have a meeting such as this. Like Mel and Tanni, I am a former elite athlete as well. My event was 5,000 meters track, and this actually led me to my research career in my athlete health. I wanted to know why I kept suffering stress fractures. Came down to inadequate energy intake and amenorrhea, which we all now know as REDS. So I've been there, I've been injured, I know how it feels as an athlete. My research, I also examined the effects of physical trauma on the human body, and hence my program of research into rugby. You know, rugby is a really tough contact sport. There's an inherent risk of physical trauma and injury with the sport. We know that, we see it every day when we watch games and we hear from players' stories all over social media and so forth. The injury risk is pretty inevitable, the nature of the sport. As a disclaimer, I felt because I was researching so much into rugby, I felt I needed to give it a go. So I've also given rugby a go. I've played it. I know it's great fun. It's a great sport. However, it's a sport in which absolutely more can be done for player welfare, more can be done for player safety. And in that sense, this talk today, I'm talking about injuries and that physical toll on that individual rugby player. So that the damage that accumulates to the body and what that might mean as the athlete then moves into retirement. So I draw your attention to yet another story in the press and with relation to Dylan Hartley's new book, which he's released. And he really summarizes this situation in this quote here, and when he says rugby is great for the soul but terrible for the body, and that rugby normalizes pain and injuries. We shouldn't be in that situation. We shouldn't be in a situation where a sport is normalizing a culture of pain and injuries. It's just not right. The issue of the long-term legacy of injuries, it needs exploring. It needs exploring seriously. We need to be transparent when we look at this. These are individuals who have their whole life ahead of them once they retire from sport. They want to play with their children. They want to grow old gracefully. They want to be able to get in and out of the car without any issues, and that's not happening. We're seeing a legacy of the injuries carrying on as individuals retire, and that on top of the usual aging process. It's an incredible toll onto a player's health. Now, what we do know from a lot of the research that's being conducted today, we do know that the rugby codes do bring a high injury risk, if not the highest injury risk of all contact sports in terms of the frequencies of the injuries that occur. I mean, you can see on the right of my slide, you can see this is some information from some ongoing research which we're doing at the moment. We haven't published it. We won't be publishing it until next year. But we're looking at the actual collisions and impacts that are sustained to the individual rugby player during a professional game and in training. So in just one game and for one rugby player, there can be as many as 150 to 500 impacts to that person in one match. It's an incredibly high magnitude of trauma for the human body to sustain, but it does sustain it, and players do perform well, but that can only be sustained for a certain amount of time. We know in the field that the research generally focuses on injury surveillance projects, so whereby these studies are looking at how many injuries occur over one season, 2 seasons, or maybe 3 seasons at a push. So these are injury surveillance projects. What these research studies do not do is capture the total injuries across an individual player's career. So we can see what it looks like at the group level and at the level of the team who's been looked at in particular, or say the nationality of that, so a national team. But we can't see what that looks like for the individual player year after year. And this is where we came in with our research. So we launched the UK Rugby Health Project in September 2016. And this project very much very much focused on what is that long-term impact of a lifetime of rugby, whether that might be benefits to health or whether that might highlight the risks of the sport and what that means for that player as they move into retirement. We launched that project on the back of the New Zealand Rugby Health Project, which was led by Professor Patria Hume in Auckland University of Technology and her wonderful team over there. She was funded partly by World Rugby, partly by New Zealand Rugby Football Union. I asked her about the findings of that project, and at the time those findings weren't published, and I think as it stands, some of those findings are still not published for one reason or another. We wanted to expand this study in the UK. We wanted this study to be independent, so we didn't take any funding from a governing body. And I think this is really important and an important aspect of our research. It's something which I think is important in all types of injury research, whether we're looking at injuries, whether we're looking specifically at concussion, for example, which we know is quite a controversial area and causes a lot of concern and often debate in the field between governing bodies and those affected and medics. So I do think it's really important that we need more studies like this, so more studies that are independent and not funded by, not have a vested interest from the governing body, for example. So we launched this, and we did so on a shoestring budget. I had a PhD student, Ian Entwistle, who you can see on the bottom of the bottom picture on the screen there. He self-funded his PhD into this, and he's done an absolutely stellar job in coordinating this project on the ground. So many thanks to Ian for that. And you can also see we've got some images there of the players undergoing a series of tests. So we recruited retired rugby players on both posts, so Rugby Union, and we also recruited a cohort of non-contact athletes who we used as a comparison group. These athletes, former athletes, they completed a general health questionnaire, the same questionnaire which had been used in New Zealand for the New Zealand Rugby Health Project. And they also completed a neuropsychological test, which is a clinically validated test, and that was conducted online. And then a number of the former athletes also came to visit us, and they had a number of clinical investigations, including blood tests and scans. So that's the study in a nutshell. But today what I'm talking to you is just simply the findings that we made from our general health questionnaire, which just looked at the injuries, so which injuries were players sustaining, and actually how many of these injuries were they sustaining. We know there's a high injury risk, but what we don't know is exactly what that individual player, what that looks like for the individual player. We found a high number of injuries, and more so at elite level rugby. So when I'm talking about elite level, I'm talking former professional players or former rugby players who've represented their country. Okay, so the median number of injuries sustained by our elite players was 39. So 39 injuries over the course of their career, which is it is an incredibly high number, actually, to think that the human body is sustaining these injuries. I've put on the slide as well, this is equivalent to around about 1.6 injuries each season over a full career of 24 years. We know that potentially that these injuries might be more congested at a certain point in a career. There might be actually more than 2 injuries in one season for an individual player. Okay, so these findings actually they do confirm what the injury surveillance studies have found. So for example, from the English Premiership and the English Super League, which have reported an average of 1.8 match injuries per player per season. So it is tallying up with that data, but I think it's all the more eye-opening when we look at it in the context of what an individual player is sustaining. Okay, what we did want to look at is, all right, there's a high number of injuries, but how many injuries are reoccurring? Because surely we should learn from when the first injury happens, we need to prevent the second injury, particularly of the same type. So we had various categories. So we looked at 1 to 4 injuries, 5 to 9 injuries and then more than 10 injuries. And what I'm showing you today is accumulation of the injuries that were 5 or more. So these players were reporting 5 or more of the same type of injuries. For a fracture of the upper limb, 20% of those were reoccurring injuries. For knee ligaments, 20%. Ankle ligaments, 20%. Concussion, 39%, and neck injuries, 57%. With neck injuries, we're talking about sprains, burners, stingers, and fracture as well. So you can see there that these injuries are reoccurring. So players are sustaining the same injuries over and over again. So we looked a little bit further into the questionnaire, and we also asked our retired players exactly what was happening in terms of how were they able to play through injuries. So one of the questions asked, what did you ever undertake any treatment to enable you to play during an injury? Strapping, of course, was the obvious answer. We can see that when we watch a game of professional rugby on the TV, players are all generally strapped. Padding, so the padding of the ribs was an example that was given after a rib fractured player. Same for shoulder injuries, lots of padding there to protect during an recovery from injury. Cortisone injections featured highly across, particularly at elite level. So cortisone injections which enable that player to play during an injury. Ultrasound was common. Extremely common were the use of analgesics, so particularly the non-steroid anti-inflammatory drugs. We're looking not just at ibuprofen, but also at diclofenac. Paracetamol, codeine. One comment for a player was the usual concoction of painkillers, which he was taking before a game and during a game. So players are taking these medications before they play, and then halftime during their games as well, which is quite eye-opening. Horse liniment featured as well in terms of a therapy to help mask the pain, help control the pain of an injury. Tramadol and pregabalin featured, and this was quite worrying for me. In particular, there was one international player who reported a mix of cortisone injections, tramadol, pregabalin, epidural, and nerve root block to manage the pain of an injury so he could get on the pitch and get through the games. We have a serious problem here, I think, with the use of pharmaceuticals and overuse of analgesics in the sport of rugby union and rugby league. For those who aren't sure what pregabalin is a medication that is thought to block the pain by interfering with pain messages that travel through the brain and then down through the spine. Okay, so quite serious there. You cover that nerve root block and epidural. Okay, so next slide. So we, as I said, the whole aim of the UK Rugby Health Project was to examine the injuries that were associated with potential long-term continued impact as that player moved into retirement. Many injuries had lasting impacts according to the players, but those with the greatest lasting physical impacts were knee ligament injury. So more than 1 in 4 players reported that a knee ligament injury was providing a continued impact as they moved into retirement. More than 1 in 4 former players were reporting that a neck injury was causing them problems into retirement. More than 1 in 5 were reporting that a shoulder dislocation was still providing problems as they moved into retirement. And around 1 in 6 were reporting long-term issues from concussion as well. Okay, so we undoubtedly find that these players, once they were retiring, they were still carrying these injuries through into retirement. The median age of our elite was 43. We did have quite a range of in terms of age of where our players were. But if we think a player at the age of 43, for example, is suffering say, for example, from knee pain, back pain, concussion, memory issues, that sort of thing, at the age of 43. Now, that individual has potentially another 40 years ahead of him through aging. What does that mean with the additional process of aging, the natural process of aging onto this? It's worth considering. So next slide summarizes the osteoarthritis findings. So we knew before this study that osteoarthritis was a problem for retired rugby players. We had some research published already by Madeline Davies from Oxford, which generally is the same finding that we found in the study. So excuse me, so around half of our former elite players were self-reported and medically diagnosed osteoarthritis. So they'd be medically diagnosed, but they were self-reporting this osteoarthritis. Again, considering the median age of this group of 43, that's quite early for osteoarthritis. Its reported prevalence was more than twofold greater than in the contact group. So the non-contact group reported a prevalence of osteoarthritis of around 22%. So it's more than double in our elite rugby group. On this slide as well, I have shared, and I think this is important to get the athlete voice out as well. I've shared some comments from a number of participants in our study, and I'll just speak these out. I still have ongoing back problems, which was need to spend time and money on treatment. I have worked in considerable pain on many occasions. Another player, my right knee is really painful and I struggle to run around while coaching or refereeing. Knees, neck, memory problems, concentration issues. I now have chronic arthritis pain. Another player, I need my legs straightened before ACL reconstruction, meniscus cartilage left in my left and right knee. Another wrist injury makes writing painful. Another 2 ACL ruptures and 3 meniscus tears mean I struggle to kneel and write. Right. So where does this leave us? Where does this leave those governing the sport? And where does this researchers? Where does this leave coaches? Where does this leave athletes? Where does this leave their families? We have some serious moral and ethical questions to answer. Where does the duty of care lie? Who has the duty of care? When a player playing, a common comment from those who took part in the study was that when we are playing, when we are representing a club or our country, have the best care we can ask for. The medics get us back on that field as soon as possible. But when we retire, there's nothing we're left. The players don't feel that they have the support there once they leave. Okay, so where does the duty of care? Who has that and where does it end? Who should take responsibility? Is this a responsibility of that individual athlete? Or is this responsibility of their employer? Who takes that responsibility? Are we looking at industrial injuries? Because if injuries in another field of work, so for example, if these players are getting paid, they're on contracts to play their sport, that's an employment contract. So is the responsibility with the employer? Is that duty of care that then takes them through into retirement? These are some really, really difficult questions. And I think we really need to be honest about this and work out a way around it, and a way to get players the best best support that we can. And then another question. So we do need research in this. We turn with the iceberg here. We need to get right into the depths of this, in terms of this general injury research, in terms of mental health, in terms of particularly concussion and the long-term effects of concussion. Who is funding this research? It's incredibly difficult to get funding for this type of research from a research council, because it's not the general population. It's not a thing that affects every person out there at the large population level. And really, if we're going for governing body funding, we want to be independent. We don't want any restrictions on what we publish. We do need to consider who is funding this research as well. And I just think it needs to come down to transparency as well, and honesty when it comes to approaching athlete welfare. And you will notice as well, I've also added on that slide some additional comments from players, and in particular these players were relating to how they felt that their injuries were impacting on their life and their ability to work. So a rugby career for a professional player might finish, say, the age of 34. Now, what happens after that? That player does need to get another job, and they do need to pay their mortgages and so forth. So it was quite interesting, quite sad to see that these players that they moved into were having difficulties as a consequence of the injuries that they'd sustained during their professional career. Okay, my final slide. I always like to maybe try and suggest some solutions, because it's all very well and good to identify problems, but I think we do need to kind of take a good serious look at this and take a player-centered approach to our research, which was the whole aim of the UK Rugby project. We need to listen to players. So even these case studies, we need to hear them. We need to hear what problems they're having when they're retired. We need more conservative return to play. Yes, it's obviously makes this good business sense to get your player back on the pitch in a quick, rapid way, so you can get them back on and playing as soon as possible. But you know, that's not always the right mandatory, the quick way. I think maybe a conservative return to play is what's called for, but at the same time, protected income for that employee, for that player. There needs to be a lot of work done in terms of how players are using analgesics and where they're from as well. There needs to be an extremely cautious approach to the use of analgesics, but we do need to be looking at the eventual risk of use. Very worried about from what we found in our research, and that absolutely looked at quite urgently. Here's quite a might be a controversial suggestion from myself, but maybe we need to think about putting a maximum number of time loss injuries, and thereby after that number has been exceeded, the player needs to stop for the rest of the season. So for example, if a player sustains 2 time loss injuries in one season, that is a sensible approach, rather than allowing a player to sustain multiple injuries. Should there be on the number of injuries from 92 by Dr. Philip Wrightson at the Rugby Medicine Conference. Dr. Wrightson advised that if for the rest of the importantly stated that after a 3rd concussion, players not any further contact sports. So these are drastic measures in need investment, but these are measures that will put player health first, which is really, really important. Potentially an injury passport. So when a player moves from club to club, take with them their injury history. So the medical team can more and more consciously support that player and that player to prevent injuries and to make sure they're conditioned sufficiently in terms of that individual injury risk that player might have. So I think that might be one way to reach this. And I'd just like to finish with kind of something that really is important for whatever research we are doing, whatever sport we are researching in terms of injuries and risk to athlete health, and it's honesty and transparency. We must have that at the heart of what we do. These are individuals talking about. We need to make sure they're protected, and we need to make sure they're educated on the long-term risks. But most of all, we also need to ensure that they are looked after and supported as they move into retirement, particularly if they're carrying quite painful injuries. So just before as well, thank you huge thank you to all players for taking part in this research, and of course to the research team. And this research is very much ongoing. We're just at the tip here with results today, and we hope to be able to share some more results over the coming months. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Karen. We really, really appreciate your time, and I think a fantastic example of persevering through with some technical difficulties there, but some really, really valuable messages generally for us across all sports, but specifically for some sports as well. So finally, just before the break, I'm really, really pleased to introduce to you our next speaker, Dr. Niels Feddersen. So Dr. Feddersen has worked across a number of different elite sports within Denmark and the United Kingdom. He recently completed his PhD in organisational culture and looking at the power relations shaping cultural processes in Olympic sports within the UK, and has now taken on a postdoctoral research position in Norway. So he'll be joining us to kind of discuss some of his notable interests, which really focus on this idea of emergence and perpetuation of severe conflict in large sports organisations, organisational leadership, and how diffuse sources of change might influence culture. So thanks so much, Niels, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rosie. I'll see if I can get this done perfectly or just reasonably. Are you seeing my slides now?
We absolutely are.
Excellent. I'm just not seeing anything over here, so let's see. But yeah, thank you for having me, and hello from Norway. I'll have to stand for this because I think we'll change the pace a little bit, and it is a different subject, even though we have spoken a lot about care. Today we'll talk a bit more on culture. And we'll start to talk about culture and macro culture and go into what is it. And then second, I'll talk about this golden period of sports back from 2004. And then I'll finish off with some future implications for welfare for athletes. But first of all, we all heard this, that culture eats strategy for breakfast. But it's thrown around as this silver bullet that will magically make all of our problems disappear. But in reality, is it really that simple? And I don't think so. I think it's much more complicated than that. So today we'll talk about how does macro culture changes influence athletes and coaches and staff and NGBs over time. But I think we should really look at what are macro cultural changes. And to grasp that, we have to start out at culture. So if you look at culture, it's usually looked at as this espoused values, the things that we say are our values, beliefs, it's our basic assumptions, this is how we do things. It tells the tales we tell, the narratives, the stories, the things you put on the walls, and it's leader-led, often leader-led, especially in sports research. It's a little different if you look outside of sports, but in sports research, we tend to treat it as controllable because it's so intoxicating that you can control a culture and then just eat up strategy and create a winning team. But it is this haven, this beautiful haven where everybody agrees and there's consensus and the values are fantastic. But just consider the absurdity of it. Consider the absurdity of espoused values and beliefs and basic assumptions in the light of some of these revelations we've seen in the past 10 years. British canoeing, British cycling, duty of care, the duty of care review, the British gymnastics in 2017 and now. The Larry Nassar case in the US, Danish swimming in Denmark. No one are immune to this, but it's absurd to think about that these values are something we all share, because the values would be fear, manipulation, suppressing the athletes, and bullying is the way to the top. If that is culture, if it's culture is what the things that we share, these just seem absurd. I've visited so many elite sports organizations around in both Norway and Denmark and the UK, and one of the big things is putting your values on the wall. But imagine if people put these values on the wall. I mean, who would want to be there? So, and the question is it always the leader, or is it something that's a bit different? Because what we tend to do really quickly when we find a culture which is a culture of fear or a culture of abuse, we point our finger. It's you. You are the culprit. We pick one person and we throw them out and say everything is good now. But we kind of forget that there's a much bigger system at play. And I think that was really great to hear Melanie Lang earlier talk about power structures and power dynamics, because it is different. If you have a very hierarchical culture, there might be some kind of power vacuum in the top that chooses things how they do. If you flatter structure, they might have the same things. But going back to these macro cultural changes that influence it, I think we need to look much more as it as a process. Instead of saying these are our values and these are our assumptions and they are sort of fixed, I think we should look at it as a process all the time. It's how individuals and groups they meet, how they clash, how they come to agreement, how to come to disagreement, the negotiation, who has the power in an organization, what is the hierarchy, who has authority, it's differentiation, and it's inherent ambiguity. And other researchers before me have had some great ideas. I mean, Cruikshank's Collins Minton came up with looking at the to and fro of power. Groom, he looked at these micropolitics of, and Michael McDougall looks at ambiguity in culture. And I would say it is inherent. So it is really looking at these features, the processes, the way that people come together and how groups and individuals, they clash. And that is one of the key things we need to look at. The only problem is it's a bit more complicated and it's probably not as interesting to a lot of people because it births a lot more chaos. It just feels like everything is way chaotic because you always need to look at who is talking to who now and who's clashing with who. But if you look at destructive cultures or toxic cultures or abusive cultures, it's really easy to say that something happens at the top, but sometimes it also happens in the bottom. And it sometimes happens when we corner people, when we put them in a position where we're threatening their way of being or their way of doing the sport. They try to claw themselves out of this. And that's another thing we need to know, that it's not just as simple as pointing the finger at someone. So moving to the research that I did, I was really fortunate to work with a great organization, which is anonymized and confidential, not because there was anything badly wrong there, but that's just good ethics in research. And they let me really take a good hard look at what was going on. And I did that through ethnography. And the main study I'll be talking about is this macro cultural changes, how it influences. But it also birthed another paper that showed that sometimes the culture in an organization can become destructive, because when you pressure people, when you pressure the way of doing things, sometimes antagonism and conflict just blows up a little bit. I will also say that this organization has actually shown great strides in the past couple of years. I've had the great fortune to follow them afterwards. And just from a distance, I can see that some really great things are happening. So one of the things that I was really curious about in my research was this quote from a talent director. And he said, there's a number of times I have heard coaches in a couple of other sports say that what was acceptable just 10 years ago simply isn't now. And it comes back to this process that things are changing all the time. The way we negotiated what was all right, the norms and standards 10 years ago are just not the same today. So what was it that made it so that you could do almost everything you wanted? It was this golden period of sports. If we look at it, they often told me that they've been through a golden period. It's great. It's down to the lottery, but also the political will. All of this help that we got since 2004, it has created this bubble around sports. And as the wider society has changed, and the values and the standards and norms of what is okay behavior in our society have changed, we've kind of bubbleized sports and haven't followed along with what is going on. And they say that they think that the pursuit of performance often let people getting away with cracking the whip. So the things that emerged over the past 12, 18 months, this is back in 2017, they said this, that in various parts of sport is trying to be the best and win medals is a justification. It's a behavior that in any other world would be seen as bullying or inappropriate. And that really leads us to thinking that there is a difference now in the way that we view things. What are the new standards and norms of behavior in society, and what are they in sports, and why haven't they kept up? Another thing that we're seeing, but this was looking forward, is that public money should be accountable. So if you can systemize and you can measure, and if you can measure, you can be more accountable for return on investment. But in sports, what is a return on investment? If you have key performance indicators, or you have numbers, you might have, these are how many athletes you need in an organization, or in a talent program, or in your podium potential, or in your podium, your world-class athletes. But what is the return on investment if not medals? So one of the questions was, what can we change if you want to create an ethics of care in coaching? Maybe just change some of the KPIs. And that is happening. So, and then when I returned to the organization that I work with, all these new key performance indicators and numbers that just sprung on them. These are the things we want you guys to do. And they hadn't even recruited a team. So they're just playing catch up all the time. And that's something you see in so many organizations, that you have the people with the purse. If they pour out numbers and indicators that you have to meet, and they don't allow people to really put these things in play, and they always feel that they're keeping catch up, they end up being hidebound to their paymasters. And it doesn't only happen in the UK. It's something we've seen in New Zealand 25 years ago, in Australia, and some now also in the UK. So it shouldn't be new knowledge. It just should be something where we can say, oh, this happened in New Zealand and Australia. Maybe we should design things a little bit different. But instead, it's not just asking how high when they say jump. It's also being told how to jump. And it's a double-edged sword, because how to run a world-class program or run a talent program can be good if you're pushing people to include welfare and duty of care. But it can also be problematic if you're changing the way that things have been done for 50, 60, 100 years. Another thing we saw, and that's been spoken about today, is that the athlete's voice. And the athlete's voice is changing. And it's not just because of the big societal changes, but it's because of media. So what they say is that we have these technological advances, the social media where the athlete's voice is huge now. You can't ignore that anymore. It's previously that forum for communication was much smaller. So it's completely changed the last 10, 20 years. But there's two things in this. For one, it's fantastic that athletes, they have a much, much greater voice. On the other hand, consider the complex or the paradox of talking about how the forum for communication was much smaller 10, 20 years ago. In Denmark, we had a huge case that is 15 years old about eating disorders in Danish swimming. But if you look at this quote, of course, they didn't have anywhere to go and tell that this was happening to them 20 years ago, 15 years ago. It's just now that they can use social media and they can go out and say things. And also because there's a much bigger number now. There's a strength in numbers that people are calling things out now. So that has also changed things a bit. Further, if you look at, this is again the athlete's voice. And this is some work I did with Danish sailing, where we were talking about this. How can we help the athletes and create athlete welfare? But we also have to think about the social media. And what this one says is that the Danish Sailing Federation have 934 followers. I know it's a much smaller country, but Anne-Marie Rindom is she's a multiple-time world champion, European champion, multiple World Cup winner. and she has almost 4 times as many. So you see that the power dynamic between athletes and federations are changing. They have a much bigger voice where they can go out on Instagram, social media, Twitter, Facebook. But it's really wrinkling my brain in a way that how is this going to move when we're moving forward? So if we round off with it, athlete welfare, great. We've seen a new proposition from UK sports having longer funding cycles. But how does an MGB demonstrate medal potential? Because if you look at the research, it very strongly says that it's almost impossible to predict who will be elite. It's next to impossible, at least until the late teens. So how can you demonstrate medal potential if not looking backwards? Prediction is inherently hard, and the people who have the answers, they are very valuable, or will be even more valuable. But there's this conflict and wanting to ensure this return on investment on public funding and athlete welfare if the metrics, they don't change. And interesting enough, we've spoken about ombudsman or an ethics committee. I'll give you an example from Denmark. In Denmark, we're changing the law of elite sports. And right now there's an ethics committee in the Danish Olympic organization. But they're thinking about moving that ethics committee into the elite sports organization, something akin to the UK sport. So in Denmark, we're actually thinking about having the elite sport, the ones with the money, police themselves, which is ambiguous. The Swedes have an ombudsman, and they brought that in, a whistleblower hotline brought that in early on in 2016, 2017, I think. But it still remains to be seen what is the right way of doing things. Because if we look at athlete welfare, if you look at the sponsors, they are united. They have everything down to the letter. Same NGBs, they have lawyers, everything it works really well. Everybody are sorted. Coaches, they are sorted. But athletes are, they have a voice, but they're still disparate. The British Athlete Commission is not a union or a trade organization per se. You can come with something after the fact, but how often do British Athlete Commission actually go in and negotiate the terms of being an athlete with UK sport or NGBs in the UK? That's a big question, because athletes tend to be these little pockets, and it's only when they come together they can create real change. And I would say, coming from Scandinavia, where unions and trade organizations are huge, I think that's probably one of the best things you can do and implement something like this. Get people organized so you can tip the levers, make it a bit more even. Talent in the future, I think it's interesting looking at the new talent plan from Sport England. There's more focus on inclusion, there's more focus on environments, there's more focus on thriving, and it's from looking at the numbers in return of investment to a more qualitative assessment. And this is perhaps where we need to go. Instead of looking at medals you won at the last Olympics, you look at how can we create an environment that can create success over the long term. Not just success in the Olympics, but also success in the terms of developing thriving athletes. And if we think about new avenues of research, because this is probably my key area, I think ethnography is really interesting, because in ethnography, you can go onto social media, you can go onto Twitter and Instagram, and you can look at, like Emma Kavanagh here, like virtual maltreatment in sport. You can look at how people, they experience the things that they, in that sports, and how they communicate it to a bigger audience. But you can also see how little of a voice some national governing bodies can have on social media, because you, as a national governing body, you almost can't go out there until you've finished your internal process of seeing what's going on. You can't just insert yourself in that in the same way. Another thing is really this thing about compliance and consent. I think that's really interesting, because if athletes, they keep going on with the things that are happening in their sport, are they then silently consenting to the ways things are? I know that that might be a little flippant, but that's something I think about a lot, that where does this fit in? But if you're an athlete, you've been an athlete since you were this big, and you're growing up and all of your identity is only being an athlete, the questions about consent become very, very important. So take home messages from this whirlwind. Culture is less of values and basic assumptions. It's more of an ongoing process that's influenced by power and the way we negotiate, both the systemic power and who holds the money, but also negotiation between people. And you should know that if you put people under pressure and if you try to take their livelihoods away from them, they will fight to have it back. The second thing is that the technological development is hugely important for the growth of the athlete's voice, but they still need to come together and organize to really strengthen their position. And I think future research should really look at the athlete's voice using ethnography. If you want to know more, I've been really modern. It's 2 QR codes. One links to me on Twitter. The other one links to the paper about macrocultural change. And I'm looking forward to some questions later on. And thanks to the whole team at Oxford Brookes for putting this on. I think it's great. Yeah, thank you very much.
Niels, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. Very nicely brings us to our point at which we will be taking a break. I recognize we're slightly over time, which is inevitable considering the new technology we're dealing with, but also kind of some of the issues we had earlier. We'll have a 10-minute break now, which means that if everyone could jump back on or be ready to go again at 12:30, we'll jump on to the next part of our symposium, which will be the athlete panel led by Rosie Collins. One thing I will say is if you do have questions for our presenters, please put them in the chat or tweet us or put them in the Q&A. And also if you have specific questions that you think might be relevant for the athlete panel, please add them there and we will get to them in the next discussion in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Please go and relax for 10 minutes and grab a cup of tea.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Hopefully there's just a few people rushing back to their computers now with a cup of tea and ready for the rest of the afternoon's panelists. But what we're going to do beforehand is actually engage in a little Q&A panel with some athletes, because we thought it would be really, really interesting and indeed really pertinent to be able to gain everyone's experience and actually be able to ask some of those questions. So before I introduce our athletes on the athlete panel today, if you do have any questions, then please do get in touch with us on the Twitter feed. So use the hashtag AthleteZ, or of course just tag us, that would be great. Or please just drop that through the chat or some Q&As as well. So any questions, then please do let us know. Right, just whilst we wait for a few more people to join us, I'm going to introduce our athletes who will be joining us here on the panel today. So I'm really, really pleased to be speaking with these two athletes and a little bit fangirling over both of them, to be honest with you. So first of all, we've got Andy Burns. Andy is a former GB judoka. So he has competed within the British team for over a decade at the Commonwealth level, the multiple World Cups, European Championships, and was the British champion. Since retiring, Andy has absolutely been keeping himself busy. He was the coach at Wealth Judo and also strength and conditioning coach for Team GB, also working with GB's first #1 female judoka. He now splits his time, as I said, keeping busy across a performance support manager role within para archery, also works with the EIS Performance Pathways team, and is currently trying to complete his PhD at Edinburgh University, looking at the role of interdisciplinary practice within elite performance sport. So welcome, Andy.
Thanks for having me. Failing to complete my PhD, should I add?
You'll get there, don't you worry. Okay, and then also with us on the athlete panel today is Cath Bishop. Welcome, Cath. Cath is an Olympic rowing medalist and a former diplomat who now works as a business coach, consultant and speaker, and teaches on executive education programs at the Judge Business School in Cambridge University. Cath is currently an advisor to the True Athlete Project, which aims to create a more compassionate world throughout sports. And I'm going to give you this first plug from today, Cath. Your first book, The Long Win, The Search for a Better Way to Succeed, is due to come out this month, I think. So welcome, Cath. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks very much. Good to be here.
Fantastic. So as I said, please pop all questions on the chat or feel free to tweet us. But I really wanted to start this this Q&A really to ask Cath and Andy, is there anything that we've explored so far that the panelists have presented that really resonated with your experience as an athlete?
Shall I go first? Yeah, I feel sort of slightly honoured, and it feels slightly wrong to be described as an athlete these days, as I'm long retired. But I think of course, I was an athlete in that golden period, as it was described by Niels. And what's been interesting for me is reconnecting with a lot of athletes in the process of writing my book that is already published a couple of weeks ago. And actually seeing where I thought things would have moved on more, actually realizing they haven't. For me, I felt so much resonance in all the sessions so far. And the interesting thing for me is they're all going at a kind of deeper level into the sporting environments, whether it's the ethic of care, and then sort of Niels, giving us that sort of deeper dive into what culture really is. And for me, that's what I want us to be exploring more. But what I experienced often in environments, what I see is this sort of operational busyness to do the hard stuff, the program, the things that have priority. And these deeper things aren't talked about, aren't necessarily visible. And I think it is, we've talked about conversations in quite a lot of those presentations. Mel mentioned the need to be having these conversations about different things. And for me, that's, yes, we've got to change the conversation that's had, on the riverbank, in the gym, and that's a way of changing some of these cultures at that deeper level.
Fantastic, thank you, Cath. Andy, what about you?
Just on the amount of information that was shared today, and just trying to digest some of that. One thing that kind of left resonated with me from a lot of the talks was it's actually quite complex and difficult to manage this, the drawing of the line. And I also stuck with the idea that how attractive is it to be a coach in this modern day? I think back to some experiences I've had working with some senior coaches who would display some behaviours that I'm not that comfortable with, and how open are we as young coaches to be able to challenge some of those behaviours, and what does that mean in terms of sort of the hierarchies within our organisations? I think that's pretty difficult. Some of the stuff that was shared around caring coaching I was interested in, and I've always just believed that caring coaching is an implicit thing that plays out, and I'm not sure if this is a popular belief, but coaches aren't there to do harm, or there's no intention to do harm from my experiences of them. It just maybe spirals out of their hands, some of these things that have played out, which is just an interesting view. And the bit that Baroness Tanni Grey-Thompson shared, which is tough moments help create who we are. I think that's a really important message that certainly resonates with me. Some of the challenges that I had as an athlete have led to me being the person I am now. And I think there's some merit in those challenges, an appropriate level of challenge. Who decides that? Who knows? I'm not sure.
Fantastic, thank you. So I think something that both of you sort of discussed there was this idea, I think Cath raised it as maybe operational busyness, that maybe there's this common practice that's going on within sport, and sometimes maybe athletes or other coaches want to say something, but perhaps don't necessarily feel comfortable. And maybe that's because of the role that challenge actually takes in crafting who we are as athletes and people. One of the questions we sort of had through was, do you have any examples where for you as athletes that you've maybe experienced a challenge that other people might have seen as crossing a line, but for you was a real pertinent moment to your delivery? And I'll put that to Andy.
Yeah, I've got a very specific example of that actually. A senior coach in the British team, where we went to Siberia for a training camp in the deepest, darkest Russia, and I was told that I was quite a technical fighter, and I had to learn how to engage in what is combat and a conflict. So was pushed by one of the senior coaches to go and get in a bit more of a scrap and aggravate the current senior European champion, which led to me getting a bit of what we call a kicking in judo terms. But that taught me quite an important lesson, that actually it was instrumental for me in developing some toughness and some resilience in how I deal with a physical challenge or a confrontation within a combat sport. And I think that was a really important bit for me in terms of my development, but portrayed in a certain way could be seen as not the most appropriate approach for a young athlete. Let's put it that way.
And dare I ask, how were you, Andy? You don't have to tell us how old you are now.
I was 19 at the time, maybe. So not crazy young, but it was definitely an formative moment for me in my career.
And have you ever experienced a similar sort of moment that could have fallen on either side of the line, Cath?
So I want to sort of stop and think a moment about this question of the line and, discussions about the line. Actually, I don't remember any discussion about the line full stop. And I think this is a healthy thing for us to be starting to debate. And we have to, agree this in partnership as we go. We have to be reviewing situations and thinking about, what is this sort of mythical line that we're all so scared about? I think the challenge for me was really, there was no discussion about whether something crossed the line. Everything was acceptable and could be justified as toughness, that you need to toughen up. And I didn't feel that I ever had a voice to say, do you know what, I think maybe we've gone too far. I think maybe this isn't in my best interest. I think this maybe isn't helping me to develop to be the best athlete anymore. And this has actually got other impacts. So I really resonated with me when, I think, was it Mel, I've got so many notes from the last period, talked about, discussing what's acceptable and what's unacceptable. And I think that's a really, really important discussion that I wish we could have had about, how do we create this environment where we're thriving coaches and athletes. That was just totally missing. So there was no real kind of opportunity to discuss what might or might not be over the line. And I would welcome us to start, thinking about actually how do we create together an environment where it's okay to discuss the best way to do things.
One of the things, like you say, so many notes, and that's such an interesting point. And I think perhaps it was in Niels' presentation that he said, we think that culture might fix everything. And actually, maybe that's not necessarily the answer. And you mentioned that discussion of where's my personal line as an athlete. Is that something you think we could do as an NGB, or something that UK sport could drive? Or is that very much a coach-athlete relationship conversation exclusively?
So we're all responsible for culture, and we all can shape it and have an influence on it. And I'm going to sort of challenge back on your language of fixing there. I don't think this is stuff to be fixed. And that's a bit of a kind of myth. We think we can fix a technical change, and we have that approach to some of the training. We're going to fix the fitness, and we get into that mindset of wanting to fix things. We want them to be predictable. We want to know an athlete's going to turn up and deliver their best at the Olympic Games. So we want to be in control, and that's what fixing is about. It's controlling what happens. But culture can't be controlled in that way. We get back into that sort of compliance fear place that we know isn't healthy for any of us in those sorts of environments. So I think there's something about a deeper understanding of the responsibility we all have in shaping the culture we're in. And that's important for athletes to understand the impact they have. And it's important for coaches to understand, and it's important for chief execs, and it's important for support team, the support staff from the EIS who come into this environment and are, complicit in taking the norms and not challenging them or going with them. So, I think we all have a big role to play, that actually at the moment, people perhaps don't feel enabled, empowered. It's not part of their job description. No one's, appraising them on it. No one's rewarding or recognizing or pulling them up or even discussing it. So I think, I really like Niels's sort of deeper dive into what culture is. I think we've got to get more comfortable with it, but also we've got to get comfortable with it's uncertain. We are all shaping it, and together we will then see what that collaboration, creates in terms of a culture. And we then need to be able to go, well, these bits are working, but these bits aren't. And that, again, we seem to be getting into quite a kind of blame place in some of the kind of media presentation of issues. We've had a massive experiment in this country for the last 20 years in winning medals, and we've been very, very successful at winning the medals. But other things have happened along the way that probably weren't ever intended. And we need to be able to go, look, these things are working, these things aren't. Now, we've all got to have responsibility for that, and we've all got to play a role in shifting them. And that sort of piece, I just don't see enough stepping up, if you like, to kind of say, do you know what, this hasn't worked the way we want, and let's understand why. Let's understand why we can have an integrity unit and then cases of abuse happening at the same time. That's really interesting. What is it in the culture that enables that? So it's that understanding, if you like, of what's happening at the deeper level that affects the way we think, the way we behave, the way we then interact with one another. And yet often it's just not on the schedule because we've got a training session to do and off we go again. But this is driving the way we train, and ultimately whether we can retain athletes, the length of their careers, and whether they can thrive during them and afterwards. So this has got to be prioritised. Can't be fixed, it's got to be prioritised. Deeper understanding will lead us to make different choices.
Fantastic. Andy, it'd be great to get your thoughts on that. And we've had another sort of follow-up question from the audience asking, do we think that by improving athlete care and welfare at all levels, we can ultimately improve the outcome in terms of medal or success? Perhaps not in the short term, but at least in the long term, which sort of very much feeds into Cath's idea that, this underpins how we train. What do you think about that, Andy?
I'm drawn to a couple of things. I'm not entirely sure, I can't remember who posed the idea, but this idea of informed consent. And I think I was quite lucky when I started in the British programme. A coach sat me down and spoke to me like, this is what we think it will take to, the amount of commitment, the challenges that you're about to face, this is what will happen potentially in your journey in your pursuit of excellence. Are you happy to accept that? Are you happy to buy into that? And I was all in, as you would be if you're a young, determined athlete. But there was time points throughout that journey where I was like, are you still okay with this? Is this still, are you still happy with this level of challenge that you're facing? And I think that is an idea that could be something that's brought in. Informed consent at the earlier stage when we identify and select athletes into our world-class program, or even earlier within the talent and pathway. this is what you're getting yourself into. And are you aware of what that's going to look like? We can't tell you exactly day by day what it will look like, but we're highlighting some of the challenges you might face and why it might be tough, and why coaches might act in a certain way. And at any point you feel uncomfortable with that, say so. That similar to the opt-in, opt-out process we would have with return to work. That kind of, are you still happy with this? And also, Neil said something around culture isn't fancy quotes on the wall. And I quite like that, because on one hand, it's what you intend, it's what as an organisation you might say is important to you from a culture, but that's not the be all and end all. It's how it's lived and breathed. And these ideas, curriculum ideas actually, of the difference between what you intend to do, what's being delivered on the day, what the athletes are experiencing, and then what's hidden within that. And I think that's really important. I would think of a couple of examples where a sport might try and infer really good weight making practices by putting policies in place, but the hidden curriculum's passed on from older generations, younger generations, of people still sweating off in saunas at 15 years old, because that gets passed on. But a hidden curriculum is neither negative nor positive. And I've seen positive examples where new athletes come into the program, and the senior program athletes would put an arm around them and say, this is where, you know, the lunch hole is. This is how you're going to interact with this. This is where you go if you have problems. This is your athlete rep. Those kind of conversations that are more informal and implicit within an environment. And I think linked to what Cath said is we're all responsible for culture. But having that as an inquiry cycle rather than just a document that sits somewhere or a quote on a wall is a possible way in how we go about that.
I think if I can just sort of just come in there, I had a real, you know, my eyes were open when I started to understand that in a very different non-sporting context. So it was in organisational work that I started to see the kind of difference between the asking sort of questions about how do things happen at that articulated level, if you like, what's on the walls, what's on the website in terms of values, but then asking very different questions to ask, but how does it feel? What's the lived experience? And then to say, okay, well, what's the gap between those two? But the challenge is often the surveys that we use, we only get that kind of superficial level of information about what's going on. We have to ask different questions, and there has to be a safety in responding to that deeper level. We often have to kind of really, use metaphors, use stories. What are the stories that people tell, in between training sessions? That will tell you a lot about the training environment, but most sort of surveys won't touch in on that. So it is there's a responsibility for the leadership within NGBs, within sports organisations, to be understanding the deeper culture, asking different questions, ensuring there's a safety to answer those honestly. But that's the most valuable information that they could get. So there is something about what are we asking and what are people telling us and what aren't they telling us? And we always need to be looking at that. All of these surveys can be misleading if we don't really dive underneath to see what's happening at a deeper level. I think on the question posed there from the audience, there's almost like an assumption about, well, we're winning medals at the moment and we're not caring for people. So somehow there's a risk that if we care for people, we'll win less medals. I find that really interesting, the sort of connection between well-being and medal winning. Why don't we have an experiment and really invest in people because it matters, and let's see where we get to. Because we've got medals at the moment that are coming, look at that really powerful picture, painful, powerful picture at the end of Mel's presentation with Simone Biles, the medalists in Rio, and Amy Tinkler. Is that really medal success that we want? No. So that's not a good way of measuring success. It's not acceptable success that there's that level of abuse involved in winning a medal. So why don't we sort of, release ourselves from this fear, if you like, that if we're somehow treating athletes better, oh my goodness, what will happen to the outcomes? I don't care, because I think that if you're still hanging it always to that medal, then you are not believing in well-being. You are not putting that first. So we have to have that. I mean, is it a leap of faith? I don't know. We have to go back to what's right in terms of putting the welfare first. And then let's explore what's possible when we allow athletes to thrive in the sport, and afterwards, what's possible. Because again, I like Tanni, I don't actually think it's going to make the performance worse. I think we'll have athletes having longer careers, and they will stay in sport, and they will talk very positively about sport, and they'll encourage the next generation. So I think there could be multiple benefits. But frankly, I just think we should put athlete wellbeing first, and that has to be the priority.
I think what's so interesting, and we've got this question maybe later on for the overall Q&A panel, but I think it'd be really interesting to pose to you now, that of interest is this idea that maybe sometimes when we look at these athlete examples, we look at maybe some of the most extreme examples, and partly some people might look at that and think, well, those are the most extreme examples, what about the good that's going on? But maybe they forget that actually this could impact all levels of athletes all over, and as you say, we could prioritise that athlete welfare and still be tangibly successful. But would you say that perhaps there are some environments who have been doing a really, really good job at considering athlete welfare and long-term participation that maybe have not necessarily had the praise that they require? Is that something that you have both experienced in your own personal pursuits of success?
Cath, if you don't mind me jumping in first on this one. Yeah, 100%. My experiences of being an athlete were on the whole positive, and I felt like I was cared for by the coaches and the practitioners and the staff within the organisations that I worked for. I think that's a really positive thing to sort of highlight, that actually, from my experiences, that there's people out there trying to look after the welfare of athletes. There's a little bit I want to share in terms of a conversation I had with a coach recently, though, who on the area of punctual and turning up on time for training, for example, they're nervous of what ramifications that would be for athletes in terms of if they're late for training, if they've set an agenda, say, actually, if you're late, this is what it's going to be, for fear of athletes going on social media and flagging them as bullying or certain behaviours. I think there's a real balance to be had with that, and I'm not sure how Cath sees that. But one of the conversations I had with that coach was, I'm really nervous about saying anything that might be portrayed as bullying or negative behaviour. I think it's a really good mirror for coaches to hold up, but tension could get out of hand. And like Rosie said, how do we champion the sports that are trying their best to look after athletes' welfare?
So I think it's a lovely example, and I've heard similar things being asked. And for me, it's about the way we agree these things. There isn't a right and wrong about punctuality, but what's important almost is that it's not imposed without everyone understanding it. The more we can be having these collaborative discussions, again, going back to Mel's sort of conclusions about empowering, democratizing collaborative culture, then actually we're all agreeing and we all understand why we need to be punctual or why not. And we're actually agreeing, well, what happens if we're not punctual, and what happens if we've got different views about punctuality within the group. And my God, this was always one of the biggest debates, when you're in a rowing crew and you've got people who turn up 10 minutes early and 10 minutes late. This is not trivial stuff. This really makes a difference. But the only way to come to a solution is that you agree together what the solution is. I think as soon as you're into that imposing things, I'm not sure what the reaction will be, I'm not sure what an athlete might do, well then we're not having the conversation we need to have with that athlete to understand, look, this is why I think it's important. What do you think? What could get in the way of us, keeping to a good principle of punctuality? So for me, it shows that partnership approach isn't present. And I think that's really key. And that's one of the things that I've really loved being involved increasingly with the True Athlete Project with over the last period, is they are enabling these conversations about working in partnership, about things that we feel difficult to discuss, not with a sort of what's the right, wrong answer, but how do we explore all of our different perspectives? How do we bring compassion into performance? And the fears we might have, is that making the environment soft? Well, actually, no, maybe quite the opposite. It's enabling people to, perform to their full potential because they feel valued and they're able to belong, and we're supporting people to perform in what's also incredibly tough environment. So, a lot of the work that they do, I think, has been, really, really important to facilitate these different conversations. I know they've done a lot of work with British fencing, who've been exploring different ways, if you like, of bringing, mindfulness and values and identity, these conversations that typically are seen as soft or absent in a hardcore high performance sporting environment. And they are helping, everyone in that environment. Again, the support team, the administrative staff, the chief exec, it's not one person's job. Everybody needs to understand how to work together to create environments in which we can all thrive from our different perspectives.
I think that's it's so intriguing, and we've had another question to say, how do we develop a meaningful athlete voice? And one of the consistent things that's come up through the presentations so far is this concept of power. Would it be a fair estimation of what you've just discussed there, Cath, that we're almost suggesting that that power should be spread amongst everyone involved in the process, athletes, coaches, practitioners, parents alike?
Yeah, I think, you know, we've got to be aware at the moment we're sort of assuming that the power structures should stay as they are. I don't even think we're consciously aware of who's got the power, if you like, or there's an assumption the coach has the power, the coach is selecting, and maybe whoever's receiving the funding. Those are the sort of two power nodes. And I think we have to, you know, but everybody who's part of that environment has to understand how do we make sure that that power doesn't deliver the wrong behaviours or doesn't lead to assumptions about what we should or shouldn't do? Or, you know, again, how does that power relate to questions of athlete welfare? Where is the sort of power nexus, if you like, that's going to make sure that this is always the most important thing, regardless of, you know, these other criteria that we've got to fulfill? So I think, you know, power comes from incentives, if you like, and what gets rewarded, what gets funded, what gets supported. So this is where we come back to those metrics of what are we measuring? What are we kind of ensuring are the things that tell us, yeah, I'm right to prioritise this. I'm right to spend my time on this. And, you know, I'm worried about, okay, you know, where's the funding coming from? If I enable somebody to take time off because they've got an injury. And, you know, those sorts of conversations, I think, are the ones that we need to bring to the fore. Where are examples in the last 20 years where we've felt that we couldn't put athlete welfare first? I think, you know, everybody, I think UK sport are very open to understanding that more in the process of shifting their strategy at the moment. That's exactly what they want to try and understand. So I think we've got to kind of bring those case studies out, not try and hide them or say, oh, that was just once and we're not going to do it again. That's the richest learning that we've got. I'm really keen we learn from this last period and think about, okay, we didn't intend this to happen, but we've gone down a route now where it feels like the medals are more important than athletes. Nobody intended that. But isn't that interesting? How could that have happened? And what are the sort of particular decision points where those with traditional power in terms of funding, in terms of selection, have made certain choices, so that we can then support those to understand the other choices that they could have made, and that in future, why, you know, it won't go against them if they make different choices. Because I think people don't have confidence in those positions of responsibility to select athletes or to be filling in the form that gets the funding. I don't think they have confidence yet that a different path wouldn't bring them some other negative consequences.
Andy, I'd love to get your sort of position in this as well, but I'd also like to ask the question, Andy, do you think we could give the athletes too much power?
I was going to raise that. I was actually going to pose that as a question. How far does that go before it becomes more troublesome than it is helpful? I was actually thinking about something that was said earlier on in terms of athletes who retired then speaking out, waiting till the finish before they speak out around their experiences being in the sport. I think it's worth investigating a little bit more in terms of how we understand the experience of athletes whilst they're on programme, whilst they're part of a sport, so that you can adjust and pivot in terms of direction based on what you're hearing from them there and then, rather than athletes not feeling empowered to do it until there's not, like you say, there's no funding consequences to them saying that they're not happy with the environment or the culture that they're embedded in for fear of deselection or loss of funding. I think there's got to be a mechanism or vehicle for that to happen without them fearing the ramifications. I don't know the answer to that. I just know that that's a question we should probably be investigating a little bit more.
Fantastic. Unfortunately, I think we are going to have to wrap up quite soon. To be honest with you, I could sit and chat with you guys forever, but we've got so much more to hear. We've got some more questions coming through, and perhaps we might be able to address them in the Q&A at the end. And if not, then of course, Andy's and Cath's Twitter is available, and you can perhaps tweet them directly and ask these questions. I'm sure they'd be happy to respond to those. So a final question for the two of you, and I almost feel like I know the answer that would come here, but the question we asked overall in this whole symposium is, where will we draw the line on athlete welfare in sport? So dare I ask, could you possibly attempt an answer? I'll start with Andy first.
Well, that's a big question, isn't it? From my point of view, we draw the line with informing athletes of what the challenges are going to be faced. And when they say they're no longer comfortable with that, or they have a vehicle to do that, then we open the opportunity for them to opt out as and when they see fit. And I think that's a starting point. One of the other things I think is, just as a final parting comment, so we just need to say thank you to athletes when they retire a little bit more. Simple thanks for all your time, effort and commitment you've given to sport would go a long way to athletes feeling valued after the fact as well as during, knowing that there's recognition for the time and effort you've put into it. I think that's an important point just to finish on.
Fantastic, thank you, Andy. And same question to you, Cath.
Yeah, I think it's about us all drawing the line together. So for me, it's a collaborative approach, if you like. So we all understand where that line is, and we need to review the line, and then we may need to kind of redraw it as we go. But at least let's all understand, firstly, where the line is together, so that then we can understand how we can best, prioritise welfare above everything.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to these two athletes in particular, and to all athletes in general. We are genuinely very grateful, just because it gives us so much to discuss. I'm going to hand over to Adam now, who's going to introduce our next panelist. But as I mentioned, if you've got extra questions that we weren't able to get to today, then please do search Cath and Andy on Twitter. And of course, Cath's book already out. I would really strongly recommend that you give that a read as well. Thank you so much, both.
Good, and thank you for the plug there, Rosie. I have politely agreed that we would share Cath's book with everybody here today. The Long Win. I have my copy that I haven't read yet. Sorry, Cath. But the publishers have kindly offered that there is 25% off if people want to go to the Practical Inspiration website and use this code. Then please do so. Next up, and I'm really pleased to invite Dr. Joe Piggin to come and talk to us today. Dr. Joe Piggin is a senior lecturer in sport policy at Loughborough University, originally from New Zealand, which I'm sure you will all get in a moment. He has noticed that unethical and harmful behaviours in sport organisations is a global phenomenon. Much of it is entrenched and is therefore difficult to change. Much of his recent research has involved contrasting sport organisation claims with their actual practices. And it is a great pleasure to hand over to Dr. Joe Piggin.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can you see me okay, Adam? Can you see this?
I can see you wonderfully, Joe, and I can see your slides.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll just wait for them to load up on the main slide. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Thank you so much for having me, and what a fantastic day this has been. I've been entranced. So let me say my piece, if you will. My talk is called "So Is This Exploitation?" I want you to help me understand what's going on in this country, the UK. I'll give a few international examples too, but let's talk mainly about this country. I'm working at Loughborough. I'm from New Zealand, and I've lived in this country for 11 years now. Wonderful country this is, but I'm still a bit confused about some things. I want you to help me, maybe in the chat, maybe we can have some questions afterwards. I want to ask you, is this exploitation? Some of the case studies which I'm about to present to you. Okay, thank you, Melanie Lang, for your fantastic book here. I was reading it and I saw this little part just at the front, which referred to the very old now European Sport for All Charter. And it was interesting to read about how as far back as nearly 45 years ago, they were seeking to safeguard sport and sportsmen, sportswomen, children, I'm sure, from political, commercial and financial gain. And now I think a lot of the examples of abuse and exploitation we've talked about today are at this more severe end of the scale: physical abuse, sexual abuse, those sorts of issues. I want to focus a little bit on some of these issues, which perhaps have been subjugated, been a bit omitted from various discussions, because they're quite the culture, speaking of cultures, has become quite normal about some of these things. And I know, like I say, I want you to help me understand some of these case studies a bit more. Okay, so very briefly, here's a brief overview about how can power and exploitation work. And we've heard a little bit about articulations about how power works from our recent speakers. Very simply, okay, unilaterally, that's how power works. It's imposed from one person onto another. Bilateral is more of a dynamic between two people. What I'm interested in more is the systematic or systemic forms of power and exploitation as well. I have a nice quote here from a policy academic, quite an old quote, but a useful quote, that we need to understand systems, as some of our former speakers have said as well, that systems-based paradigms have been advocated as the only way governments can solve complex, profound, and interdependent social problems. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move on. I'm going to try and move this over here just a little bit. Okay, so let's move on. So with that context in mind, I'm interested in the system. And here are my 3 case studies for you. I'm going to ask, what do you think? Are the case studies which I'm providing you, do they count as exploitation? Do they cross the line, to use this metaphor, whether it's drawn in policy or collectively? Does some of this stuff cross the line into exploitation of athletes? And here's a little pyramid that I constructed recently. I call it the English Football Food Pyramid. And here are the various sponsors of the various levels in England football. Of course, the national game in this country, go Queen's Park Rangers. Look at this pyramid. I'm fascinated by there's a theme here. I tried to collect all of the food and drink sponsors at various levels, and I found a theme coming out. Can you detect that theme? We'll have some discussion about that maybe later. But you can appreciate there are some, there's a good variety of sponsors, but there's also a specific theme here. And let's focus for a little bit on this foundation level of the pyramid, the grassroots, where it all starts. Let's look at grassroots football in England. And here's a couple of images which I hope you can sort of make sense of, and maybe you can sort of respond to them. What do you think about those images? They're from the McDonald's Corporation, originally an American company, now clearly a global company, and helping sponsor England football. Now they have a campaign running right now, Fun Football, providing 5 million hours of fun football. Now it's not just hours they're providing, they're also providing the shirts, the bibs, the balls, the signage, the booklets, the coaches, and along with providing those particularly physical elements of the experience for these children, an experience which you would hope is wonderful and fun and healthy, they're also providing 5 million hours of logos, of their branding, of their messages, often of their vouchers. A similar campaign in New Zealand, a child from an ad in that campaign said, quoted, "The gear that McDonald's supplies is awesome because if you didn't have it, you couldn't play." So really almost framing McDonald's Corporation as not just a helpful part, but an essential part of providing this experience. Now, is that the way things should be? Does it cross the line into exploitation? Well, let's have a look at what some academics say. I do think it's exploitation. They say the marketing of unhealthy, that is Vandevich, Berry and Swinburne, the marketing of unhealthy food products to children is powerful, pervasive and predatory. They say it's predatory because it exploits the credulity or the innocence of children for commercial gain. Now, they are not alone in saying this. Many other academics say similar things. So I wonder, could we get a consensus, those of us here today and watching today, does this count as exploitation, or is it okay? Could exploitation have occurred back in 2016? This is Team GB being sponsored by a big food company. This is Kellogg's. And where the images of the medals, look at the medals, these golden and silver and bronze, shiny medals, all adorning the athletes on these cereal packets. What would a parent think if they're walking down the aisle, if they see these Olympic heroes smiling and happy beside these bowls of these particular cereal products? What would they think? Would they think, let's get that for my child? It looks healthy. And not only does it look healthy, because there's healthy people in the front, you can win tickets to the Olympic Games too. Or you can win a day with your Olympic hero. So lots of chance, opportunities that come along with these promotions. Both of these particular products at the time, Cocoa Pops, look at this, I'm talking about Cocoa Pops to you, and Crunchy Nut cornflakes, they both had sugar levels of about 35 grams per 100 grams. So how do we feel about that? Is that okay? Or is there potentially exploitation going on? Is it possible that maybe it's not the children who are being exploited? Are these athletes here being exploited? Food for thought, perhaps, or food for thought. Okay, let's carry on. That's the end of my first case study. Maybe you could put a yes or a no for yes, exploitation, no, it's okay, it's actually a good thing. Look, it's got Team GB on it. We should have more of this, if anything. What do you think? Case study 2, injury risk in rugby and the reporting of it. And Karen Hind's talk today was fabulous. And I just want to offer another aspect of that, which I think does connect to some of these issues with injury. The case study is not a food company this time. No, it's England Rugby. Now in 2017, they had this document called Rugby Safe, which had been published for a couple of years. And what did they say? They said they had a clear process for translating our injury research into coach, match, official, player education, which sounds fabulous. Now the document itself is called Rugby Safe, which sounds fabulous too, doesn't it? Let's explore this in a bit of detail. On one of the pages in this document was this claim that there is no evidence to show that rugby poses specifically greater risk than other sports. Now, even intuitively, that makes no sense at all. But it was attributed to an academic called Colum Cronin, who was with the Centre of Sports Medicine at the University of Nottingham. So in a way, perhaps the readers of this Rugby Safe brochure would believe it. But there was something very problematic about this, okay, which I think you probably appreciate. That the quote that rugby poses no specifically greater risk than other sports just doesn't make sense at all. Actually, what Colum Cronin had said in numerous publications over the years were things like this. It's got a relatively high risk of injury. It's got one of the highest reported incidents of injury. Compared with other sports like soccer, 4 times the incidence of injury. So here was this Rugby Safe document, published for a couple of years on the England Rugby website, really saying some quite problematic things. So what I did, I said I have to take some action. So I emailed into the formal Rugby Safe email, and I politely waited for about 8 months for a reply, because I said in that email, you should really take it down. But no reply came from this official email. So what I did with a colleague, Professor Alan Bierner, we wrote an article on Idrots Forum called An Urgent Call for Clarity about England Rugby's injury claims. And in that, we suggested they should immediately retract it, their Rugby Safe booklet. They should publicly announce they've misled the public for quite a while about the safety claims they made. And we said they should publish a revised booklet which shows the actual risk of injury. Okay, so what did they do? Well, they got back to me in an email and they said, we'll take it down. Did they publicly announce that they misled people? No, they didn't. And I wonder why they chose not to. It's an organization which has got a significant amount of income every year, and yet they didn't even put up a tweet from what I saw. But they did say they would publish a revised booklet the next year. But I didn't see that either. I've yet to find it. So what they did say, and I'll just move my little images on the screen here, they did say that the RFU has apologized to Colin Fuller for the error, which it's nice. I thought that they should really have apologized to everybody that they had misled as well. So is that exploitation of people's ignorance about injury risk? Could that count as exploitation? Well, what also happened, this was not an isolated incident, because a few months before that, I experienced, along with Professor Alison Pollock, something very similar with World Rugby, and you can find more information about that in the British Journal of Sports Medicine. A very similar thing happened there. Okay, now incredibly, just published today, as Adam had mentioned earlier, is this. This was just published today, and it's an academic article with an associated infographic. And look at this, there's the England Rugby logo, and now there is the claim that contact rugby union has high injury and concussion incidence rates relative to other sports across the spectrum of participation. So yeah, fascinating to see that, and I think this might create some momentum about, for example, schools thinking about whether or not they should make rugby compulsory for young children at their school. Okay, so carrying on. So my question there is that exploitation? Could that be exploitation? Like not letting people know about the injury risk in a sport? Okay, so case study 3. Who gets the credit? Who gets the blame? Here's a quick case study of UK sport and a former organisation in New Zealand, Sport and Recreation New Zealand. So I found this on the UK Sport website. Look at what this says here, that since UK Sport was founded in 1997, we have taken GB from 36 to their current successes. So this idea of owning, taking the credit for that success, I think is very powerful in this narrative. And it connects with narratives about accountability, as we heard from previous speakers. So I want to take you back to an example from when I was living in New Zealand. This is 2006, leading up to the Melbourne Commonwealth Games. Here was an ad campaign put out in magazines, on billboards. Social media wasn't so big at that time. But look at the question that was asked. Where do gold medals come from? There we go. Where do gold medals come from? They, well, it says find out more at spark.org.nz. So I had some interviews, I did some research on this topic, and I asked the marketing manager, if you make an ad campaign like this as the funding body and the administration body for this, for the Commonwealth Games funding, I said, could the public construe that Spark actually, or the Sport and Recreation New Zealand, that they produce the gold medals? So sort of taking credit for winning gold medals. The marketing manager said, absolutely, totally. I hope it is. We run that campaign. We spend about $500,000 on marketing alone and PR support around it. So what I took from that is that these governing agencies have an interest in claiming credit, right, and taking credit for victories. Now, what actually happened at Melbourne. The media called it the Games of Woe. You can see here that the target was 45 medals. New Zealand won only 31. And for New Zealand, this was the crisis moment, right? As Australia's had a crisis moment, the UK's had a crisis moment in elite sport, because, oh dear, we're not winning enough medals. So what happened as a result of that? Look at that. We didn't win so many medals, but we've got a lot of fourth places. And you can see here the cartoon on the front of one of the national newspapers. Here's a cute little Kiwi, sadly in fourth place. And even the narrative of some of the policy makers was problematic. For example, there was a decathlete called Brent Newdick who came fourth. He was young at the time. He came fourth. Well, the Spark CEO, Nick Hill, said, well, his fourth place is a fantastic result. But then, later on, he also said, we need to front up. A fourth place is a failure. And now, keeping in mind that taking into account not only monetary funding, but total investment of time and effort, that any state funding would only account for a very small proportion of the total investment, whether it's the athlete's own time and lost income, or sponsorship that they get, or parental money that's put into their career, the work they have to do themselves. So I hope you appreciate that we should be very cautious about any state organisation claiming that they are the ones producing the success, because I've yet to see a total audit of all the investment that comes to an athlete. And so the question is, if these sports funding bodies get the credit for success, to what extent should they accept the blame for failures and cultures of bullying or abuse? And what role would they, or could they possibly play in any audit or investigation of harmful cultures? To conclude briefly, I know I've just about run over time, to conclude that clearly there is an enormous power within sport and sport organisations able to control what their athletes do. There's enormous power. And these policies which are put in place, they're put in place by people whose behaviours, attitudes can be changed. But we all appreciate that it can be very difficult to change this as well. I also think that me asking if these behaviours, whether it's ultra-processed food sponsorship or injury risk, excluding the risk of injury from organisational websites, for example, calling that abusive or exploitative, it's a very serious claim. And so once again, I ask you, our watchers and listeners, are these examples exploitation? Because if they are, they're operating in a very normal way of behaving. It's almost an ingrained part of the culture here. And I'll just finish off with, and I remember Colum spoke very persuasively about a coach who would search out to get chocolate milk to their players as an act of care, and that's a wonderful example. I just want to, I guess, compare and contrast an example like that with where a multinational global ultra-processed food company is also providing food, and in this case a drink container. And this was a tweet just from today. I've anonymized it. The tweeter says, I've just dropped the child at the football club where he was handed these by the coach. Came home to read the latest data showing yet another rise in childhood obesity rates. And I think this highlights the complexity of some of these issues, that what might be an act of care from a coach or a multinational organization, well, might also be quite harmful at a population level. If behavior like this by companies and by organizations is implemented, is done at a population level. So I hope you appreciate that. If I have more more information about some of these examples at my little blog site. You can go and have a read of that if you want, and you'll find no ads at that website at all. So so there you go. That's my talk. I'm going to try and stop my share, and then I'll hand back over, I think, if I can.
Joe, thank you very much for multiple things. One, as always, a very engaging presentation that kind of a whistle-stop tour through some of the potentially challenging exploitations that exist across the sporting domain in many venues, and for kind of reflecting back and pulling together some of the earlier discussions across the presenters. So I'm really looking forward to the to the panel and question answer session that we have coming up for more engaging and kind of informed, passionate answers across our panel. This leads me on to our next presenter now, and I have the pleasure of introducing Heather Douglas from UK Coaching. UK Coaching Heather leads on ensuring all people taking part in sport and physical activity access great coaching, which meets their motivations, regardless of where they are on the player pathway. She spent over 20 years in coaching development. She's a former coaching advisor for Sport England on many programs, including active sports, and continues to work closely with Sport England, delivering the outcomes of the coaching plan for England. She's passionate about the delivery of high quality and PE and school sport as a coach educator, a manager and leader. She has seen the impact great coaching can have firsthand, as she's the mother of 4 boys. More recently, Heather leads on the policy area for duty of care, working closely with the sector to ensure that the recommendations from the Duty of Care Sport Report 2017, which started much of the discussion today, can also ensure that 3 million coaches in the UK, from playground to podium, in gyms, sports clubs and leisure centres, are all equipped to look after their participants and, importantly, to look after themselves. With that, I will hand over to Heather to talk to us about duty of care.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me okay. I'm just going to share my screen. There we go. Can everybody see that? I'm just, if I can get some notification.
Yes, I can see everything there now.
That's great. Okay, so thank you for that. I think it's been a fascinating afternoon, and I was really excited to be invited here to speak about the work that we're currently doing at UK Coaching. And as in the introduction, our purpose at UK Coaching is to support the 3 million coaches that are out there across the UK, from playground to podium, to deliver excellent experiences. But we also need to be here for the coach. And it's just in terms of listening to some of the previous speakers that these 3 million coaches, the vast majority do have good intentions and do have good actions and exceptional behaviours. And it's just to make sure that they don't work generally in isolation. They work in an ecosystem of a very traditional systemic structure, and it goes back to Niels's information about culture. And if we think about other organisations outside of sport, in terms of great organisations that have been around for over 100 years, arguably our national governing bodies of sport have been around for over 100 years and have stayed the test of time. But in other kind of global brands out there, every organisation is charged with nurturing talent, and they will nurture talent whether they're HP, whether they are McDonald's, or whether they're Coca-Cola, regardless of whether they have a sugar tax or not. But it's just in terms of nurturing that talent. And I think that we have a responsibility as a sports sector to look outside of our world to see how other people do that with care. And I think the difference that we have with sport and physical activity is that the people in the system are actually both consumers of sport, but also products of it. So in terms of an athlete or a participant, and I'll use that word interchangeably because we do look from grassroots right through to podium. So whether you're a participant turning up for your first football training session, arguably your parent is a consumer and you are the product of what you learn. And again, with athletes, they are the consumers, but also the product, the KPI, the medal, or however you measure that success. And it was interesting to hear Tanni struggle with the definition of duty of care, and also in terms of Colum looking at ethics of care. And you'll notice from our screen that we have called our work duty to care, because we wanted to take it less from a legal litigious point of view, but to actually to a personal responsibility that everybody has a duty to care for their coaches and for the coaches to have a duty to care to their participants. And later on in this presentation, I'll talk about the duty of care and duty to care that we have for coaches, because coaches need a voice as well as participants. So again, going back to where we began to start, and in terms of the inception and the publishing of Baroness Tanni Grey-Thompson's report in 2017, UK coaching, we're actually at a place where we're beginning to think we need to up our game here. We need to be here for the coach, and we need to make sure that we can put some kind of wraparound care system for them. So in terms of, this is the opening quote from the Duty of Care in Sport report, and as you can see, people matter. And that's whether you're volunteering, coaching, whether you're an athlete, whether you're a participant. Sport relies on putting people first, their safety, well-being and welfare at the centre of everything that sport does. And I think that's crucial. And I think when we have been on our travels, we asked people what duty of care meant. And it was generally, people seem to think safeguarding first and foremost, but we want to look at welfare in its broadest term. And I'll come on to that in a moment. In terms of our belief system at UK Coaching, we believe that a good coach can change a game and a great coach can change your life. And a great coach is what we're all about here. And we heard earlier from Colum about looking at the ethics of coaching and the relationships that you have. And we believe in terms of great coaching is beyond the technical and tactical, and it's about developing people first and foremost. And I think Colum mentioned a phrase called sustained attention, and I think that's something that we need to really, really strip away the technical and tactical and look at the great coaching people skills that lie underneath that. And we have a campaign about coaching the person in front of you. And I know that UK Sport are looking at medals and more, and looking at people and performers, not just performers. And we have the power of three of understand, connect and thrive. And if we believe that if you can create that environment, the coach can thrive and the athlete can thrive as well. So based on the many recommendations in Tanni's report, we embarked on a quite an extensive kind of 4-month consultation period with the sector, over 100 partners in an initial launch summit, 90 partners in direct consultations with and spoken to 150 coaches to find out from the report and what Tanni's suggesting in the report, what do we need for coaches? Because the report was an excellent kind of stab in the arm for the sector, but it did have a bias, I believe, towards athlete welfare at the elite end. It did give a nod to grassroots, and it did give a nod to coaching, but it didn't actually look at how you can support the coach. So supporting the people, looking after the people, or people who are caring for the people in front of them. And I think that was particularly pertinent when I talk about the systemic kind of structure that individual coaches sit within. And I know, talking to Mel Marshall a few weeks ago at a leadership event that we ran also, she was saying it's very difficult because as soon as there's an issue that arises from an athlete or a participant, all eyes are at the coach's door. And we need to remember that that coach or that athlete is actually surrounded by an entourage. At elite level could be agents, medics, psychs, everything. But even at a young age, it's parents, teachers, and everything else. So we need to look wider than just holding the blame at the coach's door. So we went out for consultation in terms of how can we better help coaches, help their participants and athletes in terms of their duty to care. And what we have developed and launched this July was our 5 pillars to duty to care. And as I mentioned earlier, when people think about duty of care from the report, the general public and the coaching fraternity tended to lean towards safeguarding, but actually Tanni made recommendations in terms of workforce development that coaches and the surrounding workforce should be FA in safeguarding, inclusion, diversity, well-being and mental health. So what we did, we built a suite of learning around these areas. We've done a lot of work in safeguarding in the past. I noticed earlier in the chat box somebody referencing Celia Brackenridge, and we worked with her at very early days about that. And also in terms of inclusion, diversity, we've got some training in areas in there. And recently, through our strategic partnership with Mind, the charity, a lot of work on mental health and well-being. What we also wanted to do is coaches told us that they wanted to be able to prove that somehow, or begin to prove that they had the foundations of great coaching. So within this duty to care toolkit, we also assigned knowledge checks against each of these pillars or thematic themes that would give you the good foundation to great coaching. And you'll notice none of this is about technical and tactical stuff, about correcting a backhand or making somebody run faster. So each knowledge check is a bank of questions, and once a coach successfully completes these banks of questions, they're awarded with a duty to care digital badge of honour. More recently, we need to kind of think about societal changes and what's been happening to everybody across the world, really, in terms of looking at some of the hidden effects of COVID on children and young people, and I'll come on to in adults, and probably more now than ever, we need to actually make sure that we are caring, and that's caring for the coaches and caring for the participants and athletes out there. So some of these statistics are really harrowing and stark in terms of 17,000 more children seeking counselling sessions through the NSPCC. Clearly, these are not just particularly related to sport, but in terms of their surroundings, how they are feeling, which will then have an impact on how they enter the field of play or step onto a court or a track. So mental health issues, including loneliness, 74 children missed school. I mean, not as if they didn't attend, they missed the connection with school, a statistic that was probably not shared with my 4 children, unfortunately. 1 in 9 children here directly related to sport, not doing any physical activity at all. So how do you reintroduce those children that at the end of July had not been at school, probably would not want to leave their parents' side because their attachment was so strong because they'd never left their parents' side? And then 73% of children worried about the future. Again, some of the areas where adults and coaches, we know we have young coaches, but coaches are predominantly adults, averaging from the age of 20 right through to the ages of 65, with the biggest area in that mid-band. But, relationships have suffered, they've experienced depression, they're feeling anxious or stressed about the future, domestic abuse has increased by 20%. And of those coaches, the 3 million coaches out there, there is a small proportion who are full-time and paid. And that was worry and anxiety about their livelihoods going forward as well. And again, how do you re-engage with your adult participants and really care for them if you know that 63% of them are anxious and worried about the future? So again, just to reiterate, there was a stab in the sector's arm from Tanni Grey-Thompson. I think COVID has actually put some of these statements back on the map, and also some of the more high profile kind of press societal changes of everybody wanting to look at sport on an equal footing in terms of Black Lives Matters. We're looking at diversity, we're looking at inclusion, and how, going back to Tanni's, how Tanni had received criticism or praise about being a disabled athlete, is not new to her. It's still quite a shock to her husband, and I imagine it's still not something that is actually well received by many people in society. So I mentioned right at the beginning, our purpose from UK Coaching is we're here for the coach. But we did have to ask ourselves, after doing two lots of research over a period of 4 years, using YouGov with a population survey of 50,000 people, actually, are we really here for the coach? So it's just some of the statistics that came through. 68% of coaches say they have no association with their governing body. So do they feel supported? Well, probably not. Whether they have a local association with their governing body that they don't quite equate to, which is their club, that might be a different matter. And again, looking at traditions and systemic kind of traditions that governing bodies have, there is nothing more systemic and tradition than a club committee, in my opinion. Again, a number of coaches have stopped coaching because of time pressures, and there is a worry that due to COVID and stopping coaching, that coaches may feel they've got their lives back and might not want to return to coaching. So what pressure does that put on other coaches that have to pick up the extra hours to complete sessions? 23 coaches cited barriers to coaching were due to lack of support from employers and deployers. So again, some of these people who are paid, but also the volunteers. And some talent and high performance coaches, you know, not everybody is in the wonderful world of being paid millions to coach. You know, it's a highly voluntary nature of coaching, sometimes that talent and high performance nature. And again, some of team sports said dealing with parents was a real barrier. So those other pressures that young people have were cited here. So that's some of the research, but some of the conversations we've been having from coaches as well is, here's just some of the statements that they gave us. They feel like a commodity. They just fill a gap in a timetable. They overpromise and overdeliver. They turn up on a wet November evening and still deliver. They feel lonely and isolated and disconnected from wider support. And who do they go to for help? And actually, thinking back and listening to earlier conversations from panelists, you could probably replace all of those in terms with the athlete's voice. So we need to look at these human beings and not their job role in terms of how can we better care right across the board. And again, just coming back to the badge, I mean, it's free of charge to do. We're not, you know, it's something that we wanted to do. We actually wanted to make a difference, and this is our starting point. And we want to make sure that coaches actually are able to feel empowered to increase their coaching philosophy, their coaching behaviours, their coaching skills, and not at the expense of their you know, their income. You know, it shows a demonstration of their CPD, but also of the foundations of great coaching. And they are able to display that badge and use it in terms of minimum deployment requirements. Early indications of coaches that have taken on board our toolkits is really, really good. We do have some improvements to make, and we are not going to stop here, because the umbrella title of athlete welfare, we do have 5 pillars, but I'm sure there's probably another 5 pillars out there that we just probably need to amplify as well. So do we take safeguarding in its wider sense, to look at injury, to look at anti-doping, and all of those things that go with that. And I mean, as I said earlier, we haven't stopped now that we've done this for the coach. Our first step was to be here for the participant, so coaches were better equipped to be able to support participants in terms of all of those 5 pillars. Our next steps, which we're just about to embark on based on a leadership event that we ran a few months ago, is we want to be here for the coach. And as actually talking about when Mel Marshall said it's coaches have to make difficult decisions. Coaches have to give bad news and good news. And it's when the bad news lands at the athlete's door, there's a problem with the coach. And it's about that informed consent that was talked about earlier between a coach and an athlete, that we really need to have to really make sure that we can put an environment around the coach so they feel confident that they can deliver bad news, or they can deliver the truth without it coming back to bite them. And I think we've talked about the cultural issues, but also how the coach can have a voice here. And I think in terms of looking at being here for the coach, we really need to make sure that as an athlete can thrive, a coach can also thrive. Because again, at elite level, when the athlete retires, often the coach has to retire and they have no support also. Our next phase of action will be to hear for you. So the system builders, the people that are creating the cultures and the behaviours that the coaches work in, how can we help you have a duty to care for your coaches better? And then we will continue to review and refresh. So that's just a whistle-stop tour of some of the work that we're embarking on. It is a key policy priority area for us at UK Coaching. And we're really pleased to have the backing of Tanni Grey-Thompson, who did open our event a few months ago as well. And I think we've challenged the sector to pledge to commit to a duty to care or an ethics of care. However, we're not too bothered about the language, but we want it to be a personal responsibility. Like culture is everybody's responsibility. How can we change our behaviours to care, but not at the detriment to medals and not at the detriment to that 7-year-old turning up on its first football training session and feeling brilliant. So thank you very much for listening to me. You can see our duty to care work there in our website, and if you want to contact me directly, that's my email address as well. So thank you very much.
Heather, thank you very much for that presentation, for talking us through the work that you and UK Coaching are doing. So, as you say, pertinent issues, and builds on a lot of the concepts we've been talking about today. What I'd like to do now is to jump straight into our panelist Q&A. So if I can invite our panel members that are still on the call to turn on their cameras and then turn on the microphones accordingly when they want to jump in and answer various questions. So I'll just give you a couple of seconds to get settled. Fantastic. Right. In the interest of time, I was going to give a lovely little preamble, trying to pull together some of the key points and moments that we've had today, but I recognize we probably only have the guts of about 15 to potentially 20 minutes if I can squeeze a little bit longer left. So I'd like to get down to the brass tacks really. And I'd very much like to be sitting where you are, because I've seen a lot of the questions that have come in, and I'm very much kind of from this sphere of work, and I'd like to be answering them, but I have to give up that power at this moment. So I'll start with a question really that's to everyone on the panel, and it comes from Twitter via Craig Pickering, former two-time or two-event Olympian himself, who wants to know, why did the panel believe that unethical behaviour happens, and more importantly, is allowed to happen in sport? And I think we probably touched upon the end of that question. He wants to know, what are the main drivers that we think are behind this? So can I invite someone to come in? Happy to throw it over to Niels. He looked like he was about to suggest something.
Here we go. That was the right button. I think, why do they happen? I think it's immensely hard to explain why, but it's often portrayed black and white. I think a lot of people have done things they are ashamed of or regret in their lives. And I think reducing anyone, myself even, to the worst thing I ever thought or did would be terribly, wouldn't look good. And I think it would be like that for anyone. But why do they happen? For me, I've seen it when it happens when people get cornered, when they get put in a position where their livelihoods or their way of doing their sport is threatened figuratively, their lives. And I've seen people claw themselves out off from those places. I've also seen the other way around, and I've seen people come into elite sports from outside, and they think that you have to be a certain way. You have to be a badass. Sorry, pardon my French. But you have to be someone who is aggressive or over the top, macho or toxic masculinity or something. But I think it's complicated.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah, I was just
about. Do you want to move on?
No, that's fine. Please go.
Yeah. I think it's a really good question. I think what I would say to that is that there are lots of different reasons. This is not there's not a simple one answer to that question, and equally there's not a simple one solution to it. I think that we know from research both inside sport and outside sport that hierarchical power relations again are a key factor when you have some people who are empowered and others that are disempowered. That creates a culture that enables, facilitates abuse and allows it to go unquestioned. I think there is the high pressure. There's a lot at stake in sport. There's a lot that, there are careers to be made or broken. There's a lot financially at stake that can encourage certain behaviours that would go against athlete welfare. There are certain behaviours that are normalised within sport that are assumed to, I think largely incorrectly, but are assumed to create a good athlete, a successful athlete. And things like early specialisation, certain forms of intensive training. There's the sort of discourse of performance, and having to be mentally tough in order to succeed. I think it's a whole package, and they're just some of the sort of structural reasons that abuse and all forms of maltreatment occur in sport, and not just that they occur, but they go hidden, unquestioned as well.
I think something that makes me immediately question is, do we think that, I suppose, sport, and maybe particularly performance sport, has existed kind of outside the sphere of what we might call normal or kind of contemporary society? Has sport been allowed to get away with things? I think I might direct that towards Joe to get Joe's opinion on that.
Thank you. It just makes me think of the example, and it's an example which is thrown around lots in terms of these performance teams for very, very young athletes. These academy systems, which where you go and you train and you get the uniform, and you're sort of signed by, particularly in football, which clearly I use that example again, and it clearly is an extreme behavior. I mean, when I see those team photos of those smiling little girls and boys, and they seem to be happy to be at part of these academies, but at an institution level, I do think there's something which has distorted what a healthy upbringing could be. And is that the case when we take anything to the extreme, whether it's athletic performance or studying at school, or perhaps doing too much volunteering at your local church, or organize anything can be unhelpful or unhealthy if taken to extreme. And I think taken to extreme is the narrative that sport often presents, that you need to sacrifice and that you need to go that extra mile to succeed. And in fact, this is what these role models often tell us, isn't it? These celebrity role models, that if you focus hard enough, and if you concentrate, and if you dedicate yourself to this, you can succeed. And maybe a gentler narrative is what's needed about sport participation in general. That that fun and enjoying the wonder of human movement is what should be the focus. Maybe the focus shouldn't be getting into an academy team when you're 4, 5, or 6 years old. So that's just my quick offering there. Thank you.
I think that's really interesting. I think it kind of leads me on to kind of another question that we were asked before. How do we then encourage coaches to develop this ethic of care when ultimately they are still going to be evaluated on performance, both theirs and that of their athletes? I think I might invite Colum to come in on that.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. So the ethic of care as a concept, as I said earlier, developed primarily by Noddings. And Noddings argues that there's a lot of value in modeling care. And traditionally that would happen in the home. But as society's developed and young people are less and less at home, maybe sport has taken on that role. Again, if we go to early specialization sports, for instance, young people may spend more time with their coaches than they do with their parents in some instances. As the care for young people is outsourced to private providers, we might need to have a look at who is modeling care and how do we model care in relationships. It fits to Niels' point that, I think, or Mel's point, which was, without that, if you join an organization or an institution where the norm it is an uncaring culture, well, actually you're being inducted into that. And that's what you grow up understanding. So Noddings really argues that care needs to be modelled. And then if I were to take that and say, okay, well, we need to look at that in sport, then do we capture instances in sport where care is happening? Or do we take it for granted? And this was my point earlier, that a lot of it's hidden, a lot of it's behind the scenes. So can we capture instances where care does happen? And I believe it does happen, but can we bring it out? Can we unveil it? Can we bring it to the forefront? That might be older players welcoming younger players. As I said, it might be a coach meeting people at the front, but can we develop caring skills within our schools, within our teams, within our clubs, so that actually we have athletes caring for each other? And can that labor be distributed beyond just the coach? Because it fits to one of Heather's point here. We don't want to put all that emotional labor on the coach. So, you know, is there a role for the sports scientists to care? Are performance analysts in a really good position to care? They've got great observation skills. They're collecting data on athletes. Are they not providing sustained attention? Can we connect them to athlete welfare officers? Can we take that labor and move it from just a coach athlete and to develop a more caring culture, so that anybody comes into that culture sees it being modeled by the people with high status, high capital, high power within those environments? That's maybe a little bit utopian, and it's a long answer, I should shut up now, but I don't mind kind of presenting a utopian vision, because we might not get there, but maybe we get some way there, and maybe that's better than where we are. So, you know, there's some value in utopian images as well. Or maybe there's moments in there that we can capture and just be replicated more often, even if everything isn't perfect. So I hope that helps, Simon.
Yeah, no, great. I think it's really interesting, this notion of if we shoot for the moon or shoot for the stars, we might make the moon anyway. Maybe a simplified version of it. When you were talking about distribution, or the distribution of labour, it made me kind of think about how contested, I suppose, the sporting landscape is in terms of, I suppose, coach and athlete support, sport development. And it makes me want to then throw over to Heather, really, to say, where do you see UK coaching fitting in terms of, one, modelling care, but also then exemplifying it across lots of domains, and then connecting into organisations like national governing bodies, and UK coaching have the power to do that, and the relationships with these organisations to make those networks functional.
Yeah, I think we do have a responsibility as a national organisation. So it's just to make sure that we continue having these conversations. And I don't want it just to be about conversations. It needs to be about action. And I think in terms of a utopian future, we need to believe in it. And I think I've probably, in my presentation, missed the most important question, which is, where do we draw the line? And I think in terms of looking at the coach-athlete relationship, they need to almost think about, where is the line for them? But also, do people in our sector, so do governing bodies actually know that there is a line and what that line looks like? So there's a whole host of kind of probably higher level philosophical questions that we need to look at. But in terms of what is acceptable and what is unacceptable, often we can see that very clearly. But in terms of our influence, we will not back down. We're obviously taking on board what Tanni has put out there, and we're banging this drum really, really hard, and we have been for quite some time. But this has just allowed us to put it in a framework almost that looks at really unpicking the coach-athlete relationship and how that can be amazing if done correctly, and how both can actually benefit and reciprocate and have that two-way relationship that was mentioned earlier about the coach knows so much, but they don't know how the athlete is feeling. But the athlete needs to be empowered to actually say, actually, I'm not feeling right. This is not right. And have the ability to say that, so that when we see a CEO on BBC News saying, well, if only the athletes had spoken up, that's apportioning the blame to the athletes, giving them the blame that they didn't speak up in time, when if they're in a culture of fear, they're never going to do that. And another thing that's really difficult that we need to overcome is a lot of people drift into coaching. So parents will drift into coaching, or athletes at the end of their pathway will return into coaching to keep something in the sport. And often we display behaviours that we have had put onto us. So parents will coach how they were coached when they were younger. And it's almost, if you are coming into coaching as a young coach, you are actually very nervous about challenging the status quo and the culture of that sport in that club. But we need to be able to make sure that they can. So if something's not right, they have they're brave enough to say, this isn't right, I want to coach this way.
Brilliant, thank you very much. I think it's really interesting that you bring up the notion that there's perhaps some of the challenges we face are kind of associated with the workforce that we have, generally built on the goodwill of volunteers, if not just at the top end, kind of, at the very bottom of the pyramid. I think at last count, the average Olympic medal in this country cost £4.5 to £5 million. Does that, do you think, have an impact on where the line is and what we accept as acceptable? And does that limit, I suppose, the ground we can ever gain on what is inevitably a bit of a vanity activity? And I say this as someone who was once a part of that vanity activity and thought it was brilliant. And I suppose I'll open that up to anyone who feels Joe, could I invite you to reflect on that?
Am I unmuted now? Can I? Yeah, I'm on. Yeah, do you know what? I didn't mention this in my own talk, but I was a former athlete as well. I feel like I'm confessing. I was a former athlete myself, and in team sports, individual sports, and for the most part, I thoroughly enjoyed and the coach-athlete relationships weren't. I self-coached myself. Does that count as coaching? I guess it does. I think in terms of where we are going, I as a retired athlete now, I feel a bit removed from the day-to-day operations of the coach-athlete relationships. So maybe I look at it a bit in terms of rose-tinted glasses, in terms of how positive those interactions can be. Clearly, as some of our other speakers have said, I think Cath mentioned earlier that there is a lot of work still to do, and a lot of assumptions to sort of just remove, and I think Colum used the term unveil, and just put things out in the open more about these practices which are taken for granted, assumed as normal. To go back to this, the term I used in my talk, normalized behavior. I think days like this are great for fostering that culture of communication and expanding on the problem, and certainly with more talks to come, I certainly look forward to them as well. So that's a few extra thoughts there.
Fantastic, thank you.
Sorry, can I jump in on? Yeah,
please.
I'm sorry, that's rude of me. I just wanted to pick up on a few things that were said there, but by everyone. About I think what Heather said about this idea that we sometimes see coaches recycling behaviours that they themselves have experienced, and that can include abusive behaviours. We know that does happen. There's certainly room for more procedures, but I think there's definitely room for that. We have a lot of procedures in place. A lot of the procedural stuff has already been done, particularly when it comes to child welfare, but broader sort of athlete welfare. And I think this is why it's so important to move the discussion beyond child protection and safeguarding of children into the broader athlete welfare sphere. And in safeguarding, we have this, and I think this is generally accepted and understood in sport, or in youth sport now, about safeguarding being everybody's responsibility. And I don't think we've necessarily, I don't think we're there yet for other welfare issues. And I think this is why it's so important to have these events and to not just be talking about this stuff, but actually us as researchers have a responsibility to be on the ground working with sports organisations and working with the individuals that are delivering as well as the athletes. I think we all have responsibility to you know, the momentum that we currently have as a result of what's been going on with British gymnastics. And we had Colin Jackson on the TV fairly recently talking about disordered eating. These are not new issues for sport. These are things that we have known happen in sport, and not just elite sport, for decades. And we just keep having the same conversation every 5 years when something comes out and a story goes into mainstream media. And you know, that isn't enough. It isn't good enough. We had this with child protection, and it took decades before we've got to where we are now. I think we need to have the same conversation and keep building and pushing the momentum that currently exists around broader welfare issues, if we're not going to be sat in exactly the same position in 5 or 10 or 15 years having the same conversations. My tuppence worth.
No, I think that's a fantastic call to action, if anything. And I think I could keep asking questions. I have piles and piles of notes in front of me, but unfortunately the gods of time are against me. What I would encourage people to do is to continue the conversation with the hashtag on Twitter. I certainly will be, because I have a whole host of questions for our panelists around, you know, developing the coaching workforce and how supported are coaches to actually engage in this space. But unfortunately, I can't ask that now. What I can do is just say thank you so much to the panelists for really impassioned, heartfelt and honest presentations of what is a particularly challenging issue, where just noting it is no longer enough. And I think we need to continue to work towards challenging this moving forward. It gives me pleasure now to hand over to Danny Newcomb, a colleague at Oxford Brookes, who will start us on the close of the session and introduce an exciting development for us at Oxford Brookes. Danny.
Thank you, Simon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd just like to say what an inspiring afternoon as a coach. I thought I'd come in feeling a bit introspective, but actually I feel motivated to provide a better experience for the athletes I work with. So thank you for everyone who's presented the questions. It's truly been brilliant. I'd also like to say thank you to Adam for putting this afternoon together, but also thank you for allowing me to borrow or steal 2 minutes at the end as a bit of a plug, if I'm honest. So we have just recently navigated our university's validation process, and we've got a couple of bits to tweak before we get the big rubber stamp, but we're about to go live with our new MSc in Applied Coaching Science in September 2021. So we've put together a coach development course that also happens to be an MSc. It's really driven by coaches' practice. There's a kind of part-time only blended block delivery, which is designed to fit around your jobs as coaches and teachers. And it's something we're really excited about and wanted to share. A couple of key points. We're going to allow real flex in the assessments and how you hand your work in and how you present and how you want to evidence your understanding. We're going to be assigning coach developers. We're going to be pulling in lots of guest speakers. All of the assessments and the stuff in your lectures and modules will be driven by your practice as a coach. We're going to nudge away from sort of insisting you have a degree and sort of valuing coaching experience for entry requirements. So if you've not got a degree, don't panic if you're a practicing coach. We really want to speak to you and have you on the course. And then we'll explore a wide range of concepts in coaching science that will develop your practice. So the module map is kind of linked around the different areas we'll really dig into, but we wanted to be really clear about how each module will support your role as a coach, as a learning designer, an orchestrator, a sports scientist, a performance psychologist, as a leader. So it was important for us to frame our modules around that. And just a little bit around the curriculum. I won't talk for too long because I know it's been a long afternoon and in front of the screen. If you are interested in joining our cohort in September 2021, please don't hesitate to drop any of us an email. I think you've got Adam's details from this afternoon, or mine is dnewcomb@brookes.ac.uk. And without holding up any more, I will pass back to Adam White. that was fast.
Thanks, Danny, and well done for that whistle-stop tour of the new MSc in Applied Coaching Practice. And I think I know I'm super excited about it. I think we all can't wait. So, you know, hopefully we can make a real impact for everybody. Obviously, thank you all for staying with us for the afternoon. I realized when I started talking, it was light outside and it feels very dark and wintry now. But just a real huge thank you to all of the participants, the panelists that have been absolutely brilliant. And I think there's lots to think about and consider from the whole day. My brain is spinning with ideas and thoughts, and I hope yours is too. But let's keep, the dogs clearly agree, let's keep the conversation going, and hopefully we'll see you at our next event in January. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you ever so much, and thanks to everyone who was involved in putting the thing together and attending the great questions. Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
No, thanks, Mel. Thanks all.
Bye, all. Bye-bye.